I mean, look, and you can win a championship at Auburn.
You can.
You can at Kentucky. It just depends on what Stoops wants.
Look,
if he just wants a ton of money, Kentucky will pay him a ton of money.
I mean, I look, if I'm considering the Auburn job and think, Gus Malzahn took him to Atlanta twice. Now, he got fired, but he took him to Atlanta twice. Am I ever going to go to Atlanta and Kentucky? The answer is no to that, if I'm realistic and I'm Mark Stoops. Then it comes to money, and it's not the gap it once was. Now, it could be. Auburn could decide they want to pay more for a Mark Stoops. And he'll get more than he's making at Kentucky, but it's just not the gap it once was.
Yeah, I don't think he would have taken it a couple of years ago. I could be wrong. I think he would take it now. I lean he would take it because he would look at the fact that Nick Saban is going to be done sooner than later.
Now, here's the other side of it, Dunaway. Here's how, and I think Mark and his wife are separated or divorced, unfortunately. But if I go home to my wife, you know what she says? I like it here in Lexington. And they fire every coach they have there, Mark. Baby, you're not going to get fired here.
That is a way to look at it.
You can keep this job as long as you want it.
Yep, he can retire there.
And we're making $5.5 million, sweetie, and you can keep this job as long as you want it. Why would you go jump into a job like that? And now every coach thinks, well, I'm not the one that's going to get fired. Now, every coach that's going to Auburn has gotten fired, but every coach thinks I'm not the one that's going to do it. I'm going to be successful there because that's the way coaches think. But if I'm his wife, or if he had a wife, I'm trying to talk him out of it, honestly. I'm in a comfort zone now. I'm not driven the way my husband's driven if I'm a coach's wife. I'm looking for my comfort zone, making a lot of money, not getting fired.
Well, it depends on how you want to go out.
Yeah.
I mean, this could be a golden parachute. Imagine what his buyout would be.
Keep in mind that Harsin has the job now, but if it comes open and Matt Rule's out there too, who do you take, Rule or Stoops? If both of them wanted the job.
If both of them wanted the Auburn job, I'd go Rule in a heartbeat.
I think it's closer than that.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think you can go wrong with either.
That'd be a good situation, wouldn't it?
Yeah, it would be.
All right, that's our show today. We are back with you live tomorrow. Don't forget, these guys are all at Odie's tonight for trivia. I may be going to play golf. How wet is it out there today?
It's been raining for 3 straight days. Yes. It's like a sponge.
Moist round out there today. May go hit the golf ball a little bit. Thanks for being with us. We're back tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time. Before you leave the chat room, if you haven't yet, hit that thumbs up button. Do that every day, and that helps us out a little bit. If you're in the chat room or anywhere on any of our platforms, go and subscribe over on YouTube. Until next time, God bless you, and God bless America.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
When it comes to choosing a dentist, two things are critical: trust and comfort. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. It's why I tell you about Stone Creek Dental Care. Dentist owned and operated, and Stone Creek Dental Care is the Southeast premier provider of comprehensive dental care with more than 20 locations, including Birmingham, Chattanooga, Huntsville, Trussville, and Montgomery. Stone Creek Dental Care is able to provide a level of quality care you will not find anywhere else. From your basic cleaning to restorative dentistry, cosmetics, and endodontics, Stone Creek Dental Care covers a wide and comprehensive range of dental services for patients of any age. Stone Creek Dental Care's mission is to provide the highest quality dental care to every single patient in an environment that exemplifies the highest ethical, personal, compassionate, and professional standards, and to provide the best patient experience possible. Stone Creek Dental Care is currently accepting new patients at all locations, and new patients get a free Chick-fil-A gift card at your first appointment. So visit StoneCreekDentalCare.com to find a location nearest you. StoneCreekDentalCare.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At nextround.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Fun show lineup today here on The Next Round as we go live now on a Thursday. Andy Staples joins us next segment from The Athletic to talk about the start of the college football season this weekend. Alabama linebacker Henry Toa is with us at 10 o'clock to start hour 2 today. Buster Olney in the final hour of the show today to talk baseball and that always interesting National League East race that continues to get interesting. And the Braves continue to score runs, scoring 2 touchdowns yesterday as they got out of Pittsburgh. All that coming up. But we get closer and closer to the start of the football season with the week 0 this weekend. The final week of the NFL exhibition starts tonight. LT, you're sort of the guru of the NFL here on the show. With the new, still relatively new 3 exhibition games for most teams, how much do we see? It's going to vary from coach to coach, and how much we see the starters this weekend?
Well, I doubt we'll see much of Aaron Rodgers against Kansas City. I doubt you'll see much of Pat Mahomes in that. I have heard that Trey Lance is going to play the majority of the game for San Francisco.
Oh, and I'm interested in that now.
Yeah, I am too.
That's Prime, by the way. Prime Video is the only place you get that one is on Amazon.
So will that be Al Michaels and Herb Street?
I don't know if they're doing it because I don't know if you've noticed, but Joe Buck and Troy Aikman, I guess, told ESPN, we really don't need a preseason. Yeah. We've done 1,000 games together.
We're gonna have 17 practice sessions before we get to the playoffs.
We are all good. Y'all don't worry about us doing any preseason games. Let Levy and those guys do them.
I tend to agree with those guys.
Yeah,
I think they're going to be fine.
So I don't know, but Prime Video doesn't have a stable of announcers. All they got is Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit that I'm aware of. So potentially, yeah, or they just pick up, I don't know.
I think they pick up somebody random because we're talking about the 49ers at the Texans tonight.
Well, not exactly exciting, but
don't they need to explain the internet to Al Michaels tonight? Now, we'll be streaming tonight, Al.
What?
Okay, what do I need to do?
I've signed up for what?
Yeah.
How old is Al Michaels?
Al Michaels is 76.
I went 78 in my head.
Al Michaels is the ripe old age. You have to click the Wikipedia page. It doesn't give you of 77. Very good, Lance.
78. I was in the window too.
You went over Price is Right.
Yeah,
I went over our Price is Right. Okay. Yeah.
We got a little Price is Right theme coming up, don't we?
We do. We're going to do the cliffhanger thing later on today. Isn't that what you call it?
That's what they call it. It's more really, we're combining 2 games of the Price is Right is what we're doing here. They've also got the range game. You remember the range game on Price is Right?
That's right.
We are combining that and cliffhanger to make our own game.
Yeah. So it's what we do every offseason where we throw a 3-game sort of shadow over the win total for several interesting teams. We used to do just the SEC, but we've so many of those are automatic, right? Like we said yesterday, Alabama and Georgia, you would just stop your slide at 11. That covers you 10 to 12.
Vanderbilt at 2.
Yeah, Vanderbilt at 2, and you're covered there. So it's we kick
Texas A&M at 8.
Yeah. Thank you. Gus Malzahn 4 losses, 8. So, but we've got a handful, 15 teams we'll do throughout the show. So we'll get to those coming up as we move on. But I wanted to start with Texas A&M. I would still 26 or so quarterback battles going on out there, 25 depending on how you're counting. Texas A&M is one of them, one of the more interesting ones, right?
I agree. Whether it's Haynes King or Max Johnson, and that's who it's come down to. This is such an important decision for Jimbo Fisher because he hasn't gotten quarterback right. Again, Kellen Moore was a solid quarterback. He wasn't an elite quarterback. They haven't had elite quarterback play since Johnny Manziel. It's been a decade now.
Yeah, Jimbo wasn't there for that.
And I think Jimbo's overthinking this.
Yeah.
Do you?
Let's play. How well do you know your coach? Okay. Jimbo Fisher was asked yesterday at his weekly news conference. Hey, quarterback, you made a decision. Hey, you made a quarterback. Hey,
Why are they whispering? Why are they whispering?
You
Do they
made
have microphones?
You made it. Or is it going to be that? I haven't heard the question yet, or if the question's in there. Is it going to be that guy that says, Hey, coach.
Or it could be Rockstar's guy, I think is at Texas A&M, the guy that talks like.
You want to talk about the quarterback situation?
I think that guy covers Texas A&M.
Have you made your decision yet?
Oh, Lord.
Is it Max?
I don't want to do like Brown and start doing your impersonations too, but
Such a turd.
905.
I know. Such a turd.
so okay. What do you think Jimbo's going to say when asked about his quarterback situation? Brown, you first.
Well, I think he's going to do this Jimbo thing where he talks real fast and smiles, but he basically tells them with a smile, "You'll have to be here week 1 to find out." I think he's going to make it look like a game time decision.
To me, this is the most complete quarterback room we have had.
Yep.
This is a really difficult decision. Both these guys are playing extremely well, and we're going to make a decision game week.
All right.
Yeah, I think that's what it is. He's going to put it off as long as he can.
One of my favorite games. Know your coach. Here's Jimbo Fisher.
Hi, Jimbo. Have you decided who your starting quarterback is?
No.
And have you?
No.
Well, let me put it. You don't know, or you're just not saying.
I haven't told you who my starting quarterback is.
When do you intend
Told
to
you.
make a decision? Have you decided that?
When I'm ready. No, when
When
I
might
don't
you
know.
be ready?
No,
Coach, is it just too tight to call? How's the competition
no,
really
yeah, we're
evolved?
ready because I know we have a good idea what we're going on, how it's going on. We watch practice every day, and we'll announce it when we're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's off.
So if you were putting that in the category of you call me a name on the show every now and then, that was pretty Jimish, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not surprised. I mean, that's
You
just,
say he's overthinking it, though. What should he do?
Well, I think he should. I mean, I would assume by now if the quarterback competition is this close, then it's one thing. I probably go with the guy that's got the most experience, of Max Johnson. But I'm just saying, I think he's probably overthinking by every single day he's swaying his decision. He knows how important this thing is.
No, I don't believe him to begin with. I think this is total coach speak press conference talk. I think he 100% has made his quarterback decision. I mean,
Y'all know how close I came to wearing that hoodie, by the way?
I know. I mean,
Oh, my gosh.
I've already mentioned it that way.
It was going to be the middle.
What'd you say, Pep Boys?
Yeah, Pet Boys, man.
It was going to be the middle.
Oh,
the
my
middle part of
gosh.
this opening segment.
Yeah.
But can we get Rockstar's hydrotherapy, HydroLive? Rockstar has the hoodie on. Let's bounce around the room. Let's go Brownie next. Brownie's got the hoodie on. How about Jim?
Jim's
got
got
the
the
hoodie
hoodie
on.
Lance, you didn't get the memo? At least
No,
you got
I'm
on
flying
gear.
the flag.
At least
but-
you're geared up.
But I was going to wear that. It's funny. How did y'all keep y'all's string? Mine came out first time.
Your string came out?
Well, first I tied knots.
knots, yeah, that's the way to do it.
That's always the hoodie rule.
I don't know. Maybe you got an aggressive washing machine.
Maybe.
No, the first hoodie, the original hoodie we had, that string's gone. First wash, it was gone.
Really?
Yeah, 'cause I didn't tie a knot in it. 'Cause I was like, I'm not even going to try to restring
No,
this
I
thing.
don't know if it's an issue. Maybe Jennifer restrung it for me. I don't know.
Yeah, Brown said if you also showed up in this, he was going to change.
I was,
said
yep.
we look more idiotic that 3 of the 4 of us have it on and not all 4 of us. If all 4 of us had it on, people would have thought, they're taking some kind of photo today or something.
No, it's like we're sending the viewers a message.
Yeah.
We're being
Well,
cryptic.
I would hope that our viewers know and listeners know that we're not goofy enough to wear the same thing in a group picture. I mean, we are not those people, are we?
Well, I hope you have a little. There's a local magazine that is going to come up here and take some pictures of us.
Well, yeah, but I can wear what I want. I'm
And-
not going to wear the same thing y'all are wearing.
Well, I'm just saying he hasn't gotten back with me yet, but he says we could do something really creative for a great cover if you guys are into it. I will send you more
Bare-chested?
details later.
So you'll send us more details, or he hasn't sent them to you
He
yet?
hasn't sent them yet.
So his
I got
words
it.
were
All 3 of you shirtless. Letter T, N, R on the chest.
like it's we're in the crowd.
Yeah. Gotta
Well,
support the
I mean,
team.
what if he comes back and says he wants us to reenact the cover of Abbey Road from the Beatles?
Been done to death. I don't want to do that.
really has.
You know, I'm just using that as an
Yeah,
example.
no.
Some iconic cover.
No, I don't
Slaughter,
mind.
stick it to you. That was a good cover.
What if he wants Rockstar holding Brown like Lennon and his Yoko on that cover?
I
You can
think
see his bum.
You're Little Spoon, aren't you?
I am always a little
actually,
spoon.
I think Dunaway could recreate the Nirvana Nevermind
That could.
cover. Yeah,
Yeah,
Put a little
it's
dollar in there.
perfect. It's perfect for Jim.
yeah.
Oh, I saw what you did
I can't. I can't swim.
He was floating.
I don't think the baby could.
Hey,
And B, I don't think the pool's deep enough.
Got a little bit of an anchor going here.
I'm willing to do something creative for a magazine cover. Is this a significant magazine? What's the circulation?
It's significant enough.
It's good.
Is it significant? Okay, I'll do it. But now I'm not going to wear the same thing as y'all are wearing. I don't want to do like group costume or uniform or whatever.
Village people.
That's like the goofiest old school radio thing ever.
Yeah,
everybody wear your station shirt today.
No, but what if it says the guy who's matching
Well, but we didn't
75% of the on-air
we
audience
didn't
here?
plan it. I mean, it's not like we planned it. I'm not going to plan to wear the same thing y'all do for a magazine shoot.
Well, I mean, they may have a theme for us.
Well, I mean, if I like the theme, I'll do it. Well, I mean, y'all would do the same thing.
No, I agree. This is a what we would call a classy publication.
Yeah, oh, okay. Well, good.
Yeah.
Well,
So
I'm less worried
what
about
if they want us black tie and wear some elegant, just to cover? Yeah,
elegant.
Some nice
We
setting.
can do black tie.
Yeah.
Remember, I bought a tuxedo because we were doing an event and we got fired the next year. So my tuxedo just hangs out.
How often do you wear that thing? Never?
Never.
I mean, where can we go? Like, what about it? They want us on top of elephants at the Birmingham Zoo.
I don't like heights.
Riding safari.
I mean, I'm not opposed to that. That is creative.
There's going to be a little bit of a smell.
Yeah, and one of you's got to ride a tiger for Auburn. I got the elephant.
And you get the rooster. Pick a name.
I got Gamecock.
Let's do another name the coach. Bring up cut number 3. Nick Saban was asked about John Talty's book yesterday.
Oh,
I bet I can do this one.
Nick Saban asked about John Talty's book yesterday. And Talty, who was on our show, talked about his book. Basically, it's it's Nick Saban's management style, the way he runs his life, the program, that kind of stuff is what the book's on.
Can I predict this one?
But not endorsed.
Yeah.
Not endorsed by Nick Saban. How does it go, Brad?
Well, I think to begin with, somebody's going to ask the question. He's going to hit the side of the podium, give the icy stare to Josh Maxson. Not that Josh can handle the question, or, stage the questions, but like, why am I having to answer this? And then it's going to be some variation of basically, do you know how busy I am? You think I got time to read a book? This is fall camp, man. We're trying to build a roster.
How do you think he's going to answer it?
I really don't know anything about it. I didn't authorize it. It's pretty much that.
Yeah. You think he's going to read it?
No.
No,
There's
negative.
zero chance.
No, zero chance he's going to read it.
So John Talty, who is on the show, you can go back and see his insight on the book. The book's out. You can buy it. Nick Saban asked about it yesterday after football practice.
There's a book out right now about your leadership style. I was wondering, do you ever plan to write a book?
Well, I wrote one once. I don't plan to read the new book that's out. I don't really know what's in it, and I don't know what is right, what is wrong, what is good, what is bad. I used to get really upset when people did things like this, but I've kind of learned it kind of is the way of the world now. We don't endorse the book in any way. I don't plan to sign any of those books because I haven't read it. I don't know what's in it, and I don't know what's correct and what's incorrect. So, but it is what it is, and one of these days, maybe when I don't have anything else to do, which is not anytime soon, I hope, I might consider it.
Not going to sign any of those books.
No, not a bad commercial, though, for Talty. I mean, Nick Saban talking about his book, and
and
it does make you wonder what's in it.
One day, he might read it.
Oh.
Yeah. Doors open.
He didn't say no.
You said when Talty was here that one of the best things that could happen for his book was for Nick Saban to come out and say sort of like that, right?
Well, I thought the best thing that could happen for Talty's book was there to be something in there that pissed Saban off and him to go off on it on a press conference. That's what I told John. I mean, aside from Nick Saban saying, guys, nobody's gotten me better than John Talty. That is the book about me. If you want to know the real Nick Saban, you read it. Well, there ain't a chance, and you know where Saban's going to say that.
Right.
So the other option is him blowing up about it, and everybody's like, well, what pissed Saban off so much? I got to go read this book.
Michael says I read part of the book last night about Rolando and a McDonald's story. Pretty interesting.
All right.
I would like to hear that story. Have you guys seen it?
I have not.
No, but if you, in all honesty, if somebody had written an unauthorized biography of you individually, would you stand up and say, I'm not going to read that? I'm not going to even look at it.
It would depend. I would read it first to see what's in it, right? So,
Yeah, exactly.
And then if it's unflattering of me, I would say I ain't got time.
I think I'd have somebody read it for me, especially if I'm Saban.
In my reading history, I mean, it would have to be Jimmy Buffett or John Grisham to have written it.
Yeah.
Because those are the only 2 books I've read.
I still can't believe Jimmy Buffett wrote fiction.
Didn't you read multiple Jimmy Buffett books?
2 Jimmy Buffett books and 1 John Grisham book. That's my volunteered reading in my life. Everything else been mandated.
Wasn't Jimmy Buffett a spy or something?
We wrote about a spy, right? These were fiction.
Yeah, it was fiction.
Oh, I know that.
I'm trying to remember.
Wasn't it based on himself being
It was a
spy?
mystery, yeah. One of them was a mystery.
No, I mean, to answer your
Deep
question,
stuff?
Rockstar.
Yeah, it could have been on TV.
To answer your question, I'd read the book first and see how flattering it is of me.
Right.
I mean, I would never endorse if I were famous and somebody wrote an unauthorized biography of me, I would never endorse it without knowing what's in it, right? Because it could be untrue.
Yeah.
But I'd read it first, and then if somebody asked me if I was going to read it, if I liked it, I'd say, yeah, I'm going to read it one day.
Where
I've
is
heard
Joe
it's good.
Merchant is my favorite Jimmy Buffett book.
Yeah.
Where is Joe Merchant?
No, Pirate looks at 50's biography, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the real one. So you read Where is Joe Merchant?
Yeah. It was a really good book. I enjoyed it.
Can you give us a synopsis?
He's in a boat floating around the islands in the
there's a
Caribbean.
stunner. Yeah.
He and his family.
Yeah.
Where is Joe Merchant? He's looking for a guy named Joe.
By the author of Tales from Margaritaville.
Yeah. It's really good. Really good book. Enjoyed that.
You sold me on it.
Yeah, let me
Guys
tell you.
in a boat looking for Joe.
That is a what you would call a beach read, right?
Yeah.
You know where I read it?
Where?
This is so 90s.
I bet you read it at Hunter's Point out by the pool.
Read
Peach
it
Pit.
Laundromat.
Oh, God.
Back when I had to go. Remember when you used to have to go to laundromat sometimes?
No, I've never been to one in my life.
You knew that one girl came every Tuesday to wash her laundry. I'm going to do mine on Tuesdays, too.
Yeah. And that was your conversation piece. You had that book cracked.
Have you ever used a laundromat? Let's get Taylor to do a poll question because I'm curious.
Yeah.
Taylor,
I don't know if I have.
I mean, it was a 90s thing for me in my living situation. I didn't have a washer and dryer. So I'm single in an apartment, and all my rom-coms was always a great place to meet women. So I'd load up my laundry, go there, take up a couple of machines, my roll of quarters, throw in my
Let's go see where old Joe Merchant is now.
throw in my CD disc player, put my bright yellow, very firm earbuds in that came down connected with a wire to my disc player.
Oh, it hurt your
Hit
ears,
play
too.
on my
Yeah, they
disc
did.
player
I hated those
that
things.
had one song of that whole CD that I liked, but I had to listen to the whole thing because I got tired of changing the CDs. And I would sit there and listen, read the book, and glance over the book every time a woman would walk in.
I've been in one. I don't know if I've ever done my laundry.
Yeah,
though, and it's
I've
been
never.
a long time. Now, my old bookmaker in college used to launder his money through his laundromats.
Literally.
There's a lot of irony in that. Yeah. Was he just dumb enough to think you had to have a laundromat to do it? He's like, I didn't realize that's what you
Washing
meant.
money.
He wasn't literally washing the money.
No.
He wasn't a Jim Carrey character.
I think he needed what we call a legitimate income.
All right. Well, Taylor will put a poll out. Have you ever used a laundromat? Because do those still exist? I guess they do, right?
I
guess
assume
somewhere
they
there
still
is.
have to. I don't know where they are. But
I know, my daughter visited a college, and I can't remember which one it was, and it's probably in all the colleges now. But your laundromat communicates with your phone. Like you put your clothes in, swipe your student card or whatever, and it sends you a text when you got 5 minutes left in your cycle.
Oh, perfect.
So you can go back to your dorm room, just hang out, and then, my laundry's ready.
I wish that worked for Maggie's phone. Because I do my own laundry.
Yeah. Get it.
But when
Yeah, but
when I'm ready to do my laundry, she oftentimes has some wet clothes in there, and I'm always like,
I got to put these in the dryer.
yes.
Yeah, you can't have wet clothes. It makes them sour.
Yeah,
it
if they
does.
sit there too long,
I
it
don't let
does.
them sit that long.
Yeah.
I'm nice enough to throw them.
Don't let them sit that long.
Do you clean out the lint trap before every
Every
cycle?
time.
Yeah.
Before and after.
Yeah. Oh, after. I never do after. I do before.
No, I do it after, so the next person has a clean lint trap when they get in there.
Yeah.
Yeah, but doesn't always work that way in my house, so I always clean it out before.
So in
Sometimes
other words,
too.
Maggie doesn't do it, right?
Yeah.
Got it.
All right. So there you go. That's the opening segment. Do you know your coach or not? A couple of quick questions with Jimbo Fisher and Nick Saban. We'll talk to Andy Staples when we come back, and then we'll do our first grouping of our cliffhanger 3-slide predictions of some win totals, some interesting teams. Up first later this hour, we'll do Tennessee, Texas, and Ole Miss. All the, by the way, Taylor's got some nice animation for us. All that coming up this hour. Part of the show being brought to you by a couple of people that we didn't get to in the first segment, but Wayne's is one of those, Brown. The great folks at Wayne's.
866-WAYNES-1 is the number to call. Jimmy D. They've got that smart pest. You do not want a rodent infestation. They've got 24/7 rodent monitoring in your attics and your crawl spaces. And as soon as one is spotted, it proactively communicates to Wayne's, who then sends out an exterminator to wipe you clean, and you don't do a thing except call 866-WAYNES-1. Use the code TNR for the next round. Save $100 off your initial smart pest service when you call my people at Wayne's. 866-WAYNES-1.
Also, the great folks right here on the big screen, Bud Light next. Those Bud Light folks are fantastic, and they're with us throughout this football season. 0 carbs and 80 calories. Perfect for the tailgate for those warm games early on. It's time to talk football with Andy Staples next right here on The Big Show.
Everything Next Round is on demand now in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
After years searching for a classic jacket that was functional in the field and the city, Tom Beckby couldn't find one he liked, so he decided to make his own. Since designing that first jacket in 2015, Tom Beckby has continued to draw inspiration from natural settings to produce classic outdoor equipment with time-tested rugged materials. Visit the brand new Tom Beckby store in Mountain Brook Village, a local business, with the goal of outfitting you for the outdoors here in Alabama and wherever the road takes you. Mountain Brook Village or online, TomBeckby.com. That's Tom, BECKBE.com.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at HydroLive. Mention Next Round at checkout. Save 20% off any service. HydroLive's got 3 locations, Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone.
You hear a lot of interesting phrases while playing golf, like, I think you're on the beach, or the classic, you gotta hit it, Alice. One word you're sure to hear right now at Bent Brook Golf Club is wow. Brand new carts with complimentary GPS, and the bent grass greens are so consistent, you just might drain a few more putts, Alice. Tee it up and find out for yourself. Book around today at bentbrook.com or call 428-1999. It's better at Bent Brook.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490, stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
This hour of the Next Round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Scott Powell, the executive director of the Alabama Head Injury Foundation.
The number of brain injuries in the state has increased every year from the previous year. There are about 4,100 new brain injuries every year in the state of Alabama that require an overnight hospital stay.
If you'd like to help out, please give us that information.
You can head to our website at ahif.org, and we are very thankful for any support that anyone can give.
It's the Alabama Head Injury Foundation from Huntsville to Mobile, wherever you watch us in the state. Great work, Scott. Thanks for being with us.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. The social media team at Next Round Live is dedicated to giving you daily news conferences and practice video from UAB, Alabama, Auburn, and around college football. Follow and compare to the sites you used to visit. You'll also get the latest highlights and news from the Next Round Daily Show. Turn on the notifications so you don't miss a thing. Follow Next Round Live on Twitter, Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube. See more at nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round today. One interesting note at Auburn camp yesterday, Javarius Johnson shows back up. He had hit the portal. He's back with the team now. And if you're an Auburn fan, I think anybody who has caught a pass for you in the past, in that wide receiver room is welcome back. That is, I don't know if this is true or not, but in my outside looking in opinion, that's the weakest room on the football team.
Well, and I think it's the most unknown. I mean, again, you kind of know what you're getting with TJ Finley. The defense should be good again this year, and the wide receivers is, to me, the biggest question mark.
But if I'm a player, man, I don't know. I'm asking this question honestly, but if I'm a player and I've just gone through fall camp, which is one of the most miserable things you probably have to do all year, and you miss all of that and just show back up for game week, how do I feel about that?
Well, if you're really good.
Yeah. You going to help me or hurt me? Yeah, you coming back, you're going to help us win maybe? I'm okay with it. I don't want to lose. I don't like losing.
Yeah. It does feel like, though, it leaves kind of an empty – I don't know.
Superior Thruster thinks Auburn's receivers are going to be very good compared to last year.
Okay. And they may be. I don't know. But,
I mean, Cameron, a wide receiver, Cameron Brown, I believe, is the guy that has been taking a lot of the comments from practice, post-practice stuff. It'll be good to see those guys on the field.
Yeah, Camden Brown is the one that that Hoke has mentioned a lot on our show. I think Tobias Wilburn, when he was on from AL.com the other day, mentioned him. So that's a guy that is getting a lot of attention.
Yeah. Javarius a little guy, though, right? And he's a 5'10 guy, something like that. So we'll see if he
5'10", 160.
Can work his way back into some good graces with Brian Harsin and his staff. Part of the show today being brought to you by the great folks at Odie's, where you guys enjoyed a great night of trivia last night.
Yeah, so what came first, Kentucky Fried Chicken or the movie The Wizard of Oz?
I know the answer, so I can't answer.
I am going to say Wizard of Oz by 2 years.
Kentucky Fried Chicken, 1930. Wizard of Oz, 1939. One more for you. Who's taller, Wesley Snipes or Charlize Theron?
Charlize Theron, even in bare feet.
5'10", Wesley Snipes 5'9".
Yeah.
There you go.
I went with that one there pretty good.
Little factoids that you learn at Odie's Team Trivia every Wednesday night. Brown was there last night with me and Rocky.
Had a woman argue with me that she dated me once.
She did.
Lance witnessed that.
Who won the argument?
Well, I mean, I was pretty certain I'd not dated her.
Oh, we also saw a Game of Thrones argument, didn't we?
We did see a Game of Thrones argument, and what might be the geekiest sentence I've ever uttered there.
But if you're looking for a great lunch,
technically,
or dinner, go see our friends at Odie's, a Birmingham institution located right there in Crestline Village. Award-winning wings, delicious burgers. You had the Diablo sandwich last night.
I did. I love the Diablo. It's been a while since I'd had one, too.
Get in for lunch or dinner. Again, enjoy the ice-cold beer buckets full of the Bud Light. It's all going on at Odie's Tavern in Crestline Village.
Happy birthday, Cornelius Bennett and Robert Ory from Cotton over there in the chat room. Some interesting other birthdays out there. The old chick bracket ringing the bell today. Blake Lively, 35. She was the old chick bracket. She was in there frequently.
Big fan. She was a 1 seed at one particular point.
Yeah, 35 today. Rachel Bilson, was she ever in there?
Yep, she was.
41 today. Let's see.
From
I don't
the
know.
OC.
What is Claudia Schiffer famous for?
She dated David Copperfield, or married to him.
Yeah, she was a Sports Illustrated model, maybe?
Victoria's Secret.
Victoria's Secret.
Yeah, 52 today for her. Alexander Skarsgård, 46. Game of Thrones?
There's a lot of Skarsgårds, I know that.
No, not Game of Thrones. Alexander Skarsgård is the guy that was in What was the vampire show?
Oh, Twilight.
No, on HBO. True Blood.
Oh, yeah, True Blood.
Yeah.
That's right. I got him and Jamie, the great swordsman from Game of Thrones, confused. They look a little alike.
Chuck Taylor would have been 75 today.
Your dad.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, shout out to Chuck. Rachel Ray, never in the chick bracket, right? 54
Never,
today.
never. If we had one for cooking, she probably would have
she
made
could
it.
cook, yeah.
Robert Ory, good though, man. He's big shot Bob there. Happy birthday to him, 52 today. So happy birthday there. We'll talk to Andy Staples coming up in the second. One interesting thing from yesterday in college football, Brett McMurphy on the Feinbaum show yesterday on the SEC Network saying that his sources continue to tell him that 4 Pac-12 teams are going to not hang around and wait and see what the TV deal is going to be for the new Pac-12 or the Pac-10 or whatever they end up calling themselves. He's got 4 teams that he says will immediately take the lifeline the Big 12 will offer them. They are the 2 Arizonas, Colorado, and Utah. And I was asking Brown, and I want to ask you as well, Utah, Colorado, Arizona State, Arizona, Houston, Cincinnati, UCF, and BYU, adding those 8 teams to the teams that are left after Texas and Oklahoma leave. I know they're not Texas and Oklahoma, but I sort of like that league a little bit.
It's a good league. Yeah. Yeah, it's not bad at all.
Yeah, I like combining BYU and Utah back
Yeah.
in the same conference. I say back in the same conference. I don't guess they've ever been in the same conference, have they? But it's a good, you got elements for a good rivalry there. You keep the territorial cup with Arizona State for what that matters. I like that conference. I'm not going to say I like it more than the Oklahoma-Texas version of the Big 12, but if that's the conference that is left over, I think it's a really good football
Yeah, it
conference.
works.
It's got some entertainment.
Patrick calls it a cute little conference. That's a cute little conference.
It's a cute little conference, huh?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not going to be your best conference. There's nothing they can do to make it your best conference. So what are you going to do now to pass the SEC and the Big Ten? With all the parts that are unclaimed right now, you can't build. You could not build a conference with the best 14 unclaimed parts and make it better than the SEC or the Big Ten.
No,
they're not. They're just not 14. There are not 14 elements out there that you can use to build. So that ship has sailed. You can't compare it to the Big Ten and the SEC.
You can't.
I mean, it's going to be it's going to be less than those.
Yeah, if you go just non-SEC and Big Ten schools and non-ACC schools, I guess you're not putting them up for grabs. But even if you did, you can't come up with a better conference than the Big Ten and the SEC will have when we get to that point. A goose over there says that Rachel Ray did an FHM spread back in the day.
I don't believe it.
And can cook.
And can cook.
I know she can cook.
He's a fan. He's a younger dude as well.
Well, let's see.
Taller than expected, younger than expected. So
FHM?
FHM back in the day.
That's
Rachel
what he
Ray.
said, yeah.
And can cook. So you can't beat that. So
that is a heck of a combination, yeah.
Part of our show today being brought to you by our friends at JohnsonRVCenter.com. That's where we find Andy Staples when he joins our show now.
Andy is about to join us right now. JohnsonRVCenter.com is where you go. I-65 exit 304 in Coleman, 334 in Decatur. See those toy haulers. Great way to see America and see football this year. As low as $219 a month with approved credit. JohnstonRVCenter.com. You read him at The Athletic, Sirius XM Radio. See him everywhere. And he is Andy Staples, also the Andy Staples Show podcast. He's with us now. What's up, Andy? How are you?
What's going on, guys? I'm sorry I got caught up writing a story. I'm doing something on the Voices of, because got legends getting replaced at Florida and Florida State, and the Florida State guys got to do the first non-Gene Deckerhoff game on Saturday. So
yeah,
gonna be a different sound.
Yeah, we're doing a little bit of that, at least temporarily, here at Alabama with Chris Stewart taking over for Eli Gold while he recovers. So it sort of does feel like a changing time with some of our voices, but specifically with Florida and Florida State, a couple of talented young guys coming in. I'm looking forward to that story.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, Sean Kelly at Florida, Jeff Culhane at Florida State. They're very experienced, and I think the good thing for them is they've had plenty of time. They're not bringing in young folks who are just kind of finding their voice. They've got these guys that have done a lot of different things. Jeff, who's going to be at Florida State, has been North Dakota State's guy for the last few years. Sean Kelly was the voice of the New Orleans Pelicans for 14 years. So they're not going to be worried about, I don't sound like Mick or I don't sound like Gene. They're just going to be them. And then eventually the moment will come along, because it's funny. I was going over Mick Hubert, the former Florida play-by-play guy told a story about his first game in 1989, and everybody hated him because he wasn't Otis Boggs, he wasn't David Steele. They lost to Ole Miss. Everybody's calling in the call-in show afterward, and they're like everything sucked, including that new announcer. And he's like, I'm really glad I stuck with it until that 5th year when Chris Dorian got a touchdown. Because the moment for him when they fell in love with him was, Florida's down 3, it's 3rd and 10 on the 29 at Kentucky, and Werfel throws a strike to Chris Dorian, and Mick Hubert, Dorian's got a touchdown, oh my! And that's when they fell in love. And you just have to kind of hang until you get your moment. But it was funny because I found a clip this morning of Gene Deckerhoff calling the Kelvin Benjamin touchdown against Auburn in the BCS title game. And it's a great call because it was a dramatic catch actually against Chris Davis, who returned the kick 6. And Deckerhoff's just going, caught. But you can see in the booth, like, everybody around him is celebrating. Like, William Floyd is trying to hug him, and Deckerhoff's just grabbing for papers, trying to get the length of the drive.
Andy, hard to believe, in 50 hours, we'll be sitting on the couch watching Nebraska and Northwestern. Nebraska completely dominated Northwestern. Both teams were 3-9 last year, but they won that game 56-7. Now they're double-digit favorites. How much pressure is on Scott Frost? If he was to lose this first game, is almost a 2-touchdown favorite, how bad of a loss is that?
Massive panic button loss. Massive. And it's funny because we don't, the way these things work now with transfers and the way rosters change from year to year, like, we really have no idea what these teams are going to be. So if you're the person setting the line for this game, it's a complete crapshoot because, yes, Northwestern was the only Big Ten team that Nebraska beat last year, and they beat the tar out of them. But we don't know. Like, Northwestern, the last 2 even years, has won the Big Ten West. Like, Pat Fitzgerald runs a developmental program where they have ebbs and flows. So this could be a year where, defensively they're a lot better. That was, they normally don't have a very bad defense, and last year was maybe the worst one of his era. So my guess is Northwestern is going to be significantly improved. We'll see with Nebraska. They made a lot of changes in the offseason. They bring in Mark Whipple as the OC. He was the Pittsburgh OC last year. And I'm curious to see, what does the offense look like? Does it look like what they were running with Kenny Pickett at Pitt last year? Is it a blend of what Scott Frost ran at Nebraska and what Whipple ran at Pitt? I don't know. And so anything could happen. But I will tell you, they will smash the panic button if they lose this game. Now, they've built in a little bit of grace for Frost. So, like, they're not, I don't think it's going to be a Jack Crow situation where if he loses, he gets fired after game 1. Because the way they built this thing in is the buyout doesn't drop until October 1st. So it basically gives him a month to show either you've got this figured out or you don't. And if they get to October and they're struggling, they're going to pull the trigger.
Andy Staples with us at Andy_Staples, the Andy Staples Show podcast, wherever you get your podcast, including where you get ours. Look for that one too, Sirius XM and also The Athletic. He's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. There are quarterback races everywhere that haven't yet been announced or decided. One of those in our state. Auburn fans are waiting to hear that, but their former quarterback is in one that could have a somewhat significant impact on a Week 1 game. Do you think Bo Nix wins the job at Oregon?
I think so. I mean, I think they've got some options there, but you probably brought him in to be the starting quarterback. Kenny Dillingham is their offensive coordinator. Bo has run that offense with Kenny Dillingham as OC at Auburn his freshman year. So you would think that was the reason that they did this. Now, Ty Thompson obviously was a very heralded recruit, was in on the job last year, but I don't know. It's going to be interesting to see what they do with this. I would think you go Bo Nix, the athleticism, the fact that he's played in games like this before. And then that game's really interesting to me just because Dan Lanning knows so much about the guys who are taking over for Georgia on defense. He's the one coach in America who actually knows how those guys play, like doesn't need to watch any film to find out. And you know, if this were any other opening day opponent, that coaching staff would be scouring film of the back end of Georgia games last year when the subs were in to try to figure out, okay, who's going to be in this role? How do they play? What do they look like? And Dan Lanning already knows all of that and has passed that along to his offensive coaching staff. So that matchup in particular is very interesting to me.
Yeah, I agree with you about that. I'm interested. Is Scott Strickland down at Florida, is he playing the role of Mal Moore with Billy Napier? Because we've seen the picture, and Napier joked yesterday that he was talking with an ops guy from Alabama about how you guys just hide all those people on photo day. Yeah, does he have an open checkbook? Is this the most open anyone's had maybe since Spurrier with the Florida program?
It's the most open ever. Spurrier didn't have any of that.
Wow.
He had no access to any of that. And part of it, Spurrier would bring on himself when he would make fun of other schools for having an indoor facility or for having big staffs or for having fancy facilities, because he was kicking their butts without that stuff. Now, what happened is Jeremy Foley, who was the athletic director of Florida, I think took all that to heart and said, oh, well, at Florida, you don't need that stuff. And by that time, Steve Spurrier had already gotten to South Carolina and was quite aware that you need that stuff and was like begging for it at South Carolina. So, yeah, it took Florida a while. So Urban Meyer got told no quite a bit. Will Muschamp, Jim McElwain all got told no quite a bit. Dan Mullen was going to get that stuff. And then he wound up getting fired just for recruiting reasons. But it definitely became clear to Scott Strickland probably during the Mullen era, probably as he was deciding that he needed to make a change, that if you want to be competitive in the SEC, you got to do what Alabama's doing and what Georgia's doing. And you have to figure out a way to do it better than them, which is tough because they're both really, really good at it. So, yeah, they've given you the blueprint. You have to be willing to do that stuff. And Florida was not really to this point willing to do it. And so Billy Napier is doing all the things that you need to do to be competitive in the SEC. Will that work? That is another question entirely, because it's one thing to take the steps. It's another thing to actually do it better than Nick Saban and Kirby Smart. That's the next challenge. And look, not everybody's going to be able to do that. So, it's up to Billy Napier to figure it out. And it's going to be an interesting next few years at Florida, because there are no more excuses. I took a tour of that facility over the week, this past week, and it's nice. I mean, it is as nice as anything anybody else in the SEC has. And now they have a staff that rivals Alabama's and Georgia's in size. No excuses. Now you got to get the players that they want and go beat them on the field.
A year ago, Sam Pittman was coming off a 3-7 in his first year, and I said, look, Arkansas might be better, but the record might not be as good, and they go out and they win 9 games. Yeah. Shane Beamer now coming off a surprising 7-6. He's got more talent. It's hard to envision South Carolina getting more than 7 wins. Where are you right now on that program?
Kind of the same way you felt about Arkansas last year, where even if they're better, it might not show up in the record. And I think Tennessee's sort of in that boat too, because the schedule is just hard. And, South Carolina's got Spencer Rattler at quarterback. I can't wait to see that. They play Arkansas in week 2. That'll be a great test right off the bat. But it feels like for South Carolina and Tennessee that both of them overachieved a little bit last year. And it's one of those, if the bounces go differently. I mean, if South Carolina's schedule had shaken out differently, that record may look different. When they played Florida and when they played Auburn, I think affected those games. Catching Florida and Auburn when they did allowed them to win those games. Whereas if they'd been earlier in the season, I'm not sure they would have won those games. So they are right where they, on track as far as trajectory. I hope that if it's the same record or maybe only one more win or something like that, that the South Carolina fans don't get frustrated, because they're where they're supposed to be. That what Shane Beamer inherited was a really tough situation, and he did a great job. Ditto for Josh Heupel that first year. But don't overestimate based on overachievement that first year and think, okay, logical jump, 9 wins or 11 wins or whatever. It's not that easy.
All right, go follow Andy on Twitter at Andy_Staples. Read him at The Athletic, hear him on Sirius XM College, and download his podcast, The Andy Staples Show, wherever you get your podcasts, including Apple Podcast. He makes it very easy in his Twitter bio with a link to that. Wherever you get your podcast, including ours, you can get Andy's. Andy, thank you for the time, man. Always great talking with you.
Thanks so much, guys. I appreciate it.
All right, buddy. Andy with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
I like that guy a lot. Looking forward to the 2 new voices at Florida and Florida State, and wishing our buddy Chris Stewart well wishes as well as he gets started replacing or filling in for Eli Gold this football season with Alabama's broadcast. Part of our show today being brought to you by Rockstars guy Adam Mestre, who is ready for a new season as well.
Yes, he is. Of almost the 4,000 agents in the Birmingham area that have recorded a sale in 2022, Adam is in the top 8% of those agents. Adam is a third-generation realtor who was born and raised in Birmingham, so he knows the area. You want a guy like Adam to find a house for you, why rent when you can buy? Buying a home is the largest financial decision you will make, so make sure you are using an agent that you can trust to help walk you through the process. Call Adam Mestre for a free home evaluation at 205-422-0589 or visit mdrealtyllc.com. At MD Realty, we make house calls.
Win totals for Tennessee, Texas, and Ole Miss. We'll go old Price is Right cliffhangers, climb the mountain with some animation, and see where we land on the sliding 3 scale of win totals for the Vols, the Longhorns, and the Rebels. It's next right here on TNR.
Follow Rockstar on Twitter at RockstarBHM.
Hey, Lance Taylor from The Next Round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your 4-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES1, or call Waynes.com.
Banking isn't just about your money, it's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. AmFirst was founded for members just like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means services that grow and change with the times to serve you better. Now, every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. You can even customize the app, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. That's amfirst.org. America's first federal credit union, federally insured by the NCUA.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine, prepared fresh, daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate Design Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Storm Restoration Roofing, our buddy Greg Nelson, Greg from Pell City, there to help you right now. If you haven't had that roof inspected in the last few years, especially after spring and summer storms over and over and over again, you need to call Greg Nelson today. 205-542-3531, 205-542-3531. He'll give you a free, no-cost inspection, no obligation there. You can also look him up, Greg from Pell City, on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing. He and his wife own the company, family-owned business there. It's been locally owned for over 20 years. And locally owned and locally staffed there, too. Oftentimes it's Greg himself who's inspecting that roof or taking care of the roof damage up there. He's working on a number of local projects right now, but he's got room for you as well. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau. Insurance companies love him. He's got the best warranties in the business. 205-542-3531. Or Greg from Pell City on Facebook for Storm Restoration Roofing. All right, every offseason we try to get a sliding scale. The number we pick here as we'll go up the mountain, and can we just, before you hit the animation, can we just take a quick peek of what it looks like here? There's the mountain. We'll be doing Tennessee first, but how about first of all Taylor Korn in charge of social media and also any weird projects that we come up with. I said, just give me a mountain landscape. Pretend we're in the mountains going up to the peak, 12 at the top, 0 at the bottom. And this is what she came up with. I mean,
she did it.
Look at the details. Got a few trees. We got snow-capped mountains.
We got a little ski lift.
Little ski lift on the right side on the tiny mountain there.
Looks like a picture of me on the left.
Yeah, that is going to be the first head to slide up there. Yeah, and then my head will pop up, and then Brown's head. You'll notice that you and I will both have blue hats on, and Brown will be hatless.
That's right.
Yeah, as we continue 2/3 of our uniforms today not matching up.
The hat bros are going to pick first.
All right, so here we go. Tennessee first. Hit it, Rockstar. The picks. LT falls into the 9 hole. Here comes big-headed Jim Dunaway. Into the 8 hole. And then no hat, Ryan Brown, also into the 9 hole. So my slide is 9 wins top, 7 wins bottom. You guys think that Tennessee could get to 10. Let's talk a little bit about the Volunteers.
Yeah, you heard Andy Staples just talk about their schedule. I just don't think the schedule is ultra difficult. I think the game at Pittsburgh is a lot trickier than you guys think it is.
Can I just backpedal a little bit? Yesterday I heard an interview with somebody who covers Pittsburgh, and he was selling me on how back intact offensive line, defensive line is, and you win a lot of football games when you're back intact in the trenches. And
you do.
They're back, and so that's an advantage to what you've been saying all summer about Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I think Pittsburgh's going to be really good this year. And, again, I think you'll get a drop-off because Kenny Pickett had one of those generational years last year for Pittsburgh. Probably the best year they've had at quarterback since Dan Marino, if I'm just guessing. But Keaton Slovis comes in, and if he plays like he did his freshman year at USC, they're going to challenge for the ACC this year. So I think that's a really difficult game that Tennessee will be an underdog in. But outside of that, LSU in year one coming off a bye, I think they win that game. I've already said I think they upset Alabama. I think 9's the number.
Yeah, I got them 10-2, so I took 9 because this the way this game works. Goose is already confused in the chat room. He said, Brown had him at 10-2. I do, but we get the game on either side. So they're not going to be more than 10. They're not beating Alabama and Georgia in my mind.
Yeah,
so
11.
I'll take 10 wins. I'll take 9 wins. I'll take 8 wins. I think that's where you'll find Tennessee. Yeah. They'll be somewhere in that window.
Again, the number we fall on is the middle there. I think they're an 8 or 9 win team because of Alabama and Georgia. And then you've got that trip to LSU, which is tricky. Kentucky's a tricky game.
South Carolina, Florida.
At South Carolina is a tricky game. At Pittsburgh's a tricky game. I just think somewhere along the way, they lose one of those. That gets them to 9-3.
Yeah, I think the LSU made even trickier by the fact that it falls just short of the Alabama game. That's at LSU the week before Bama. That's a classic upset situation. There may not be an upset.
Yeah, good coach, some talent on that LSU roster to make that game interesting. Let's do the Texas Longhorns, and let's make the pick. Climb the mountain. There goes Lance. Falling in at 8. Here goes Jim. Whoa!
Oh, look at Dunaway at 10?
Falling in at 10.
You must have him in the playoffs.
Yeah, and then there's Ryan also following in at 8. So far, Ryan and LT falling in the same slot on the mountain on both of these. Mm-hmm. I'll go first. I think Texas surprises a lot of people with Quinn Ewers at quarterback. Though it's odd that we haven't seen Quinn Ewers really quarterback since his junior year in high school.
That is correct.
Could have to shake a little rust off early on.
A lot of faith in a guy that hasn't played since the early 2000s.
Yeah, it's almost like Tommy Maddox when he went on that sabbatical and sold insurance out of his trunk and then came back and played for the New York Giants.
I'm told he can make all the throws, though.
That's what Sark says. We know Bijan Robinson's really good. Xavier Worthy on the perimeter is really good. How much better will the defense be? They gave up 31 points per game. That's the question mark. It's not a question of whether or not Sark's offense is going to score points. I think they'll approach 40 points per game this year. It's about that defense and what they can do. And, they've got really tough out-of-conference games to begin the year.
The game after Alabama is when we will find out what kind of season Texas will have.
Yeah, those are the games that Tom Herman was losing.
Yeah,
games. Texas, San Antonio, it's going to be a really good team again. They won 11 games last year. The game's in Austin, but coming off a physical game against Alabama, that's a very losable game.
Regardless, do you let Alabama beat you twice? Or if you play Alabama tight or beat Alabama and everybody's telling you how great you are you able to get back down to play Texas San Antonio? Yeah. Either way that game goes, it's a tough spot for them.
And I think they win that game. I think it'll be a tight game. I think they lose to Alabama. I think they lose to Oklahoma, at Oak State, at Kansas State. I got them 8-4.
8-4. I got them at 10-2 or 11-1, sneaking into the playoffs. But it would take a magical season from Quinn Ewers. All right, one more before the top of the hour. Ole Miss, the Rebels in Lane Kiffin. Let's climb the mountain.
LT at 8. I had him at 10-2 last year, by the way.
Big-headed Jim, 7. Ooh. And Ryan Brown, also 7.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit of a step backwards for Ole Miss this year. But as you look at the first part of their schedule, it is a very manageable first half of the schedule.
They're at least 5-1, maybe 6-0.
Yeah.
Because they're beating Troy, Central Arkansas, at Tech, Tulsa. Then they've got Kentucky for homecoming. Then they go to Vanderbilt. They're winning at least 5 of those 6 games.
And then you got an Auburn team, and who knows what they'll be by the time they play them in that game in Oxford. Then the tough part, at Baton Rouge, at College Station, home game to Alabama, at Arkansas, and Mississippi State.
Yeah,
that's how I end up at 7 wins for them, the way they end things up right there. All right, we've got a handful of more teams we'll do throughout the show, but that's our off-season mountain climbing there with a little Taylor animation there. Later on, Mississippi State, USC, and LSU in our next cue to get to those win totals. But when we come back, some predictions on our conference champions as we get ready for college football. We'll talk about some of those. Sneaky Coastal in the Atlantic. I can't wait to see who LT picks there. Kerry says Quinn Ewers was born in 2003, so he was barely alive for the early 2000s. It was a joke, Kerry, about the last time he was quarterback.
Thank you.
Kerry, I thought Kerry got the show more than that. Come on, Kerry. We're back in a moment right here on the next round.
Follow Scott Forrester on Twitter at Scott Forrester TV.
This hour of the next round is brought to you by Culver's, now featuring the Big Wisconsin Cheese Pub Burger. Stop in the Highway 150 or the Highway 280 location and enjoy one today. That's Culver's. Welcome to Delicious.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round to tell you about my friends at Michelson Laser Vision, located conveniently UAB Highlands. Almost 20 years ago, I went in for the procedure. Only took 12 minutes for both eyes. When I went in, I had 2200 vision. I was legally blind. Now I have 20/15 vision, still 19 years later. Make the call today. Schedule a hassle-free consultation. 969-8100. Dr. Mark Michelson, Dr. Jen Michelson, Michelson Laser Vision. Make sure you tell them the next round sent you. 969-8100 or MichelsonLaserVision.com.
Hey guys, football season's here, and you know you're going to spend a lot of Saturdays and Sundays watching the games. So go ahead and make the call to Blakely's Bouquets. And when it comes time for those special occasions like homecoming or fall formals, Blakely's is the answer too. Trust me when I tell you that Blakely's will go above and beyond with unique custom designs. Order ahead or get speedy same-day deliveries at Blakely'sBouquets.com. That's Blakely'sBouquets.com, or better yet, stop by the store on Oxmoor Road in downtown Homewood. Blakely's Bouquets.
Guys, let's talk about the new season. Dove season is here, and the team at Nichols Outfitters is ready to get you ready for the hunt. 12, 20, and 28 gauge shotgun shells are in stock, and all the brands that you trust. Demand is at an all-time high, so we encourage you to drop by soon to stock up for the season. And of course, while you're there, check out our amazing selection of the finest shotguns in one of Alabama's largest showrooms. The staff is excited to be back out on the hunt, so drop by soon. Nichols Outfitters, off exit 242 in Pelham, or online at nicholsoutfitters.com.
Hey, there's nothing worse than waking up to a plumbing problem. Don't get caught in a flooded house. Call the guys at Hemp Hill Services. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemp Hill are the only ones I trust to fix it, and fix it right the first time. Hemp Hill Services does it right, and always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name that Birmingham has trusted since 1954. That is Hemp Hill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
Whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team is ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Stay up to date with the Next Round on the website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like The Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from our Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today, or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order at pantsstore.com and follow the Pants Store on social media. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, and game day polos from Antigua, Taylor and Mick, Johnny O, and Gentile. And guys, trust me, this is where your daughters and wife want to shop because of all the in-style fashions made especially for them. It's the Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hour number 2 of the Next Round, Henry Toa, Alabama captain and linebacker, will be with us in just a second to talk a little Crimson Tide and college football with us. This hour of the show being brought to you in part by our friends at Weight of Wellness, helping you get your weight your blood pressure, cholesterol, and everything in check right now. The website's aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. No cookie-cutter plan. Everything's designed specifically for you. Helped me lose 45 pounds a couple of years ago and keep that in check. The program is overseen by board-certified professionals. No contracts, no sign-up fees, and your free consultation. Your consultation is free. The website, aplanforme.com, aplanforme.com. Way to Wellness, your journey to healthy living.
All right, on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, we find Alabama linebacker Henry To'oTo'o, who joins us now. Welcome in, Henry. Hope you're doing well today.
Oh, I'm doing good. How you guys doing?
Doing fantastic. Can you describe to me, for a guy that has been through this a lot, the relief of seeing the end of fall camp and the beginning of game week preparation?
Man, I mean, it's super exciting. This is my fourth one, so super excited, just ready to get it rolling, ready to, finally get to hit somebody else. We've been hitting each other for so long. We're ready to, unleash on somebody else.
Speaking of hitting, who's the hardest hitter on the team outside of you?
The hardest hitter outside of me? Will hits pretty hard. I got to give it to Roydell. Roydell hits pretty hard, I ain't gonna lie. Roydell Williams.
Really?
Wow. Never would have gone there.
Surprise! I like that. Hey, do you feel like you're at that point in camp where coaches are sending you a message? I saw Coach Saban last night in his news conference, sort of challenging the linebackers a little bit as a team leader that you are at this point in camp. Sort of, a little bit of work left before you get to that first game. Is this where you have to drag some of the younger guys along with you and teach them how to do things?
Yeah, I mean, definitely just, kind of keep everybody's heads focused, like making sure we do the fundamentals right, making sure that, we still run to the ball, we still try to punch the ball out, create turnovers, because we were doing such a great job during camp and, just trying to get everybody to finish strong. Being able to have everybody on the same page is such a huge thing for coach, and trying to just bring all the young guys along because we're going to need everybody. We're going to have to need every single body on this roster to be able to complete the mission that we want at the end of the year.
Do you feel like things have slowed down almost to a slow motion speed for you, having had the whole year in Tuscaloosa behind you now and the whole off season behind you now? Do you feel at home more this year than this time last year?
Oh, 100%. Being able to know the scheme and not only football-wise, but, just being in Tuscaloosa, period. Making Tuscaloosa my home, driving around, getting to know more areas is making me more comfortable. So, the more I'm comfortable off the field, the more comfortable I'm going to be on the field. So, this is my home. I'm going to graduate here soon, like I told, another interview before. Tuscaloosa is my home now.
Henry To'oTo'o with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline, the Alabama linebacker. You mentioned Roydell, but I know you've also talked a lot about Jahmyr Gibbs and what you guys defensively have seen. He's kind of a mystery to Alabama fans. They didn't see him a lot at Georgia Tech, and they're excited about him. And you had some very high praise, and a number of DJ Dell, one of your teammates, had some very high praise for what you guys have faced against him.
Yeah, I mean, he's such an elusive back. Super excited for him to come and, showcase his talent this season. I think he's going to be a huge part to our offense, being able to show his speed, show his elusiveness. One of the quickest backs that I ever played. So I'm super excited for him. Super excited for our whole entire running back group. But Jahmyr does a really, really great job of finding different holes to run through. He's a good blocker and he's a good route runner. So I think he does a really, really good job at that. We got a lot of depth at that running back position. So that 1-2-3 punch is going to be huge this year.
Your first opponent, Utah State, the Aggies get a jump on you guys. They play week 0, 3 o'clock, FS1 against UConn this weekend. Will you be watching that game?
Oh, I'm definitely going to be tuned in. I would definitely be tuned in.
See, I've heard some guys over my career say when I watch so much film during the week, when I have some downtime, I don't watch other games. And then I've heard others who love to watch other people play. Are you one of those that, as the season progresses, if you're in the hotel room waiting for a night game, you love to watch game day and the other games?
Oh yeah, I love to watch other people play. Just seeing how other teams play, and then if it's game day, I'm focused on my game. So Saturdays, if another team's playing, I'm focused on my game. I'm totally locked in to what I got to do, listening to my music, eating some Skittles or something, And then if it's like a Saturday where we're off a bye week, like this upcoming weekend, I like watching the other teams play, the other team that we're going to play, seeing how they're doing, how fast they move, you know, the linemen, the quarterback, how they play. So, you know, this week is going to be huge for me.
I love Skittles, Henry, but they'll do they have so many variations. Like they got the tropical package and all those.
Yeah.
Are you like a traditional Skittles guy? Which one? What do you go with?
I'm a traditional Skittle guy, or that one, or the purple bag. I don't know what it's called, but those two, the red ones or the purple ones, my favorite one.
Yeah, the green ones taste like some kind of
that's sweet and
disinfectant.
sour. Yeah,
Yeah, that's no good at all.
Yeah.
That's for the toddlers. They love those.
The toddlers. The purple bag, Henry. That is the wild berry flavor. So you like the wild berry?
berry.
Yeah, you like wild berry Skittles.
Yeah, there she goes. That's the one right there.
Okay, so you talked about Skittles and music. What typically is your go-to before a game?
Typically music. See, this is gonna throw a lot of people off. My typical music playlist before a game is usually some slow jams, some old school, some R&B music, some Polynesian music, some reggae music back at home. I don't really listen to a lot of rap before the game. I like being cool, calm, and collected before a game. I don't like, being all hyped up before the game, using all my energy. I like to just let it out all on the field. So, like, some R&B, some reggae, some Polynesian music is my go-to.
Okay, now I'm the older guy on the show, so back in my day, they would send in a play or a signal or run somebody off the sideline. You're sort of in charge of getting 11 guys set up. Do you have to call every play, or does everybody look over to the sidelines to get a call, and you don't really have to, sort of give the message to 11 different guys? Walk us through a little bit of how the call gets into you before a play is snapped on the other side.
So it all starts. So Coach Pete and Coach Saban, they signal in, whatever play they want us to run, and then within that play we have adjustments. So it's my responsibility to, make sure the back end gets the adjustment. If the offense does something, then it's my responsibility that the front, the D linemen and the outside linebackers know what they're supposed to do. So once I get that call, I repeat it to everybody, make sure everybody knows their adjustments and make sure everybody knows what they're supposed to do. And that all happens within, 5 seconds, depending on how fast it goes. Trying to make sure everybody gets it and then focus on what I got to do. Make sure, my adjacent linebacker knows what he's doing, and then, get rolling through that. So, it's a pretty hard job.
Would you be in favor of the college game going to the NFL model, where you had a headset, an earpiece in, like the quarterback and one signal caller does on the defense?
Oh yeah, I would love that. I would love that. I would, because I'm able to look at the offense a little longer, look at their personnel a little longer, and just listen to whoever's on, the defensive coordinator or whatever coach is on that microphone. I think it'd be a lot easier for them, because we look at the sideline and then the offense could be getting ready so fast. Especially like teams like Ole Miss, Tennessee. They go so fast. Like, you want to be able to look at what formation they're in there, what personnel they're in. So, I think that green dot would help a lot.
Alex wants to know, Henry To'oto'o with us for a few more moments. Alex in our chat room wants to know, based on the Skittles, the slogan, when you hit somebody, do you jump up and yell, "Taste the rainbow"?
Taste the rainbow. No, I don't. I think I need to start doing that.
That could be your thing now. Yeah. Taste the rainbow. Yeah. Very intimidating.
Or you can have a taste the rainbow dance somehow. What's that? That's the taste the rainbow dance.
Oh, To'oto'o's doing the taste the rainbow dance after that sack.
Yeah.
Hey, so Henry, rank your meals: lunch, breakfast, dinner. What order? What's your favorite?
I guess you gave yours away. Lunch, breakfast, dinner.
Well, no, we don't eat lunch.
Yeah, okay,
that's what I want to eat.
My favorite has got to be dinner, breakfast, lunch.
Dinner, breakfast, lunch. I think I agree with you. I think that's my order too.
I think I go dinner, lunch, breakfast.
I love it. Are you a waffle or pancake guy, Henry?
I'm definitely a waffle guy.
Me too.
Yeah,
love good waffles.
Yeah. Yesterday was National Waffle Day. Did you have one?
No, I didn't even know it was Waffle Day. That's how busy we were. I didn't even know it was Waffle Day.
I don't think a lot of people did.
I can't keep up with all the holidays, man. They got their fall count. All right, he is Alabama linebacker Henry To'oto'o, just a few days away from the season starting there in Tuscaloosa. Henry, thank you very much for the time. A pleasure talking with you as always.
Thank you, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. Henry with us on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline.
All right. Always fun to catch up with the players who will be playing the game. Henry To'oto'o, one of the guys who's been on the show with us before. Something about Texas and Texas money that you may not know after LT tells us about the great folks at Hemp Hill Services.
Look, if something's not running right, draining right, flushing right, disaster could strike at any moment. It happened to two of our employees this week. First call they made, our friends at Hemp Hill Services, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemp Hill, the ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price for all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs. Trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemp Hill Services, 205-229-2090. That's 205-229-2090.
I'm about to blow your mind here. Now, I will, in honesty, I don't read Bloomberg financials news every morning.
Jim, thanks for clearing that up.
But a guy who listens to our show, Cole, he's a student at Texas.
Okay.
And he posted this on his social media feed, so I had to click on the story. The headline says, okay, Harvard's status as wealthiest school faces oil-rich contender in the University of Texas. And I've got the number here for you. Ready?
I saw this headline.
You ready for this number?
Yep.
Every day, the University of Texas system makes about $6 million off of a mineral-rich swath of land that it manages in the U.S. largest oil field, crude and natural gas in their system there at the University of Texas. The University of Texas manages this plot of land that makes the school $6 million a day.
Did you say six? At first, I thought you said $600 million, but
$6 million
$6 million a day. Okay.
A day.
Because $600 million a day had my attention. Six still does, but I thought you said 600. All right, go ahead.
$6 million a day.
All right,
according to Bloomberg. 2.1 million acres of land that they manage in Texas, and unlike other schools that had some land resources, and they've now gone very conservative and will not let people mine them or chop trees and harvest forest or any of that. Texas is not. They lease land to Conoco and Continental Resources, according to the story, and 250 other operators who are pumping oil out of that basin that they have the land for. And with oil prices for the barrel where they are, $6 million a day the Texas system is making.
So I mean, am I right on this math? Is that $1.8 billion a year?
Sounds about right.
Yeah, I need to find it though. I want to put it in perspective, because the two biggest college endowments that play major college football are Stanford and Notre Dame.
Well, this says Harvard's.
That's why I bring this up.
Harvard's endowment is $53.2 billion as of June 2021. Texas is $42.9 billion and growing fast.
All right, so Texas has passed Notre Dame on this one I've got right here. Stanford is still number 2 with $26.5 billion. Yale is 3. Texas is 4 at $20 billion.
So when we start talking money,
Texas got it.
That's good mailbox money, $6 million a day.
Yeah, $6 million a day. Don't really have to worry about much at that point. They need a new light fixture. They got it.
Do you know who is also in the top 10?
Who?
Texas A&M. They're number 10 according to this list I have at $8 billion.
Do they have some land as well that they're pumping oil out of?
If if Texas has got it, somebody at Texas A&M found it.
I mean, you're not even have to ask boosters for any of that. That's just going right into the system. Now, that doesn't necessarily go right into athletics.
No,
or anything like that.
Frequently, in fact, a lot of schools don't want it to.
Yeah,
they want to keep
the endowment.
The endowment is separate from athletics. Athletics is a frivolous expense. The endowment goes towards education.
Yeah, but what that keeps you from doing is you're not having to go hit Ryan Brown, Texas grad, multimillionaire, and say, hey, I know you're giving this much money to football, but we also need this building here or this research here or this here at Texas. You've got all that covered at the tune of $6 million a day.
Yeah. While we've spent a lot of time talking about television markets with the Big Ten, the SEC has, over the last decade or so now, brought in two of the wealthiest institutions in all of college.
Yeah, with Texas and Texas A&M.
Texas A&M. Now, how does that translate for the SEC? I do not know.
Well, ultimately, it's got to be good for them.
Well, it can't hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just thought it was interesting that, I never imagined. I mean, I knew You know, we always joke about Texas and Texas A&M oil money. I never knew it was $6 million a day.
Well, I had no idea. But you think about the priorities for kids at one point was playing on TV, playing time, winning a championship, getting to the NFL, whatever order. I think the number one priority is going to become how much money can I make now?
Yeah.
I really do.
And you can't blame them for that.
No, because, I mean, really the ultimate goal is getting to the NFL and being able to have financial security. If you can have financial security as an 18 or 19-year-old.
What do you think Sark and Chris Beard, the Texas basketball coach, line up and like, hey, look, can we get just 3 days of the oil field?
Yeah.
We just want 3 days it comes to us, right? And Chris Beard's like, I'll take 2 days. I'm coaching basketball. I don't need 3. I just need 2 days. That's just one work week. We get the oil field.
Well, that's basically $1 million for every scholarship player on the team.
Yeah, I mean, you just sit there and go, listen, you know, Arch, if you want to come play for us, we'll give you
2 days of the oil field.
We'll give you 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. on Tuesday of the oil field money.
I mean, what if they do have a chart like, all right, the School of Music, they've got June 28th of the oil field, everybody. June 28th goes to the School of Music.
And you know what would happen if it was my day in the oil field? You'd hear them going, pumping dust all of a sudden over there. What's happening?
Those arms that go up and down.
Yeah, we'd have the rolling blackout
Dunaway's Day.
On Dunaway's Day.
We're out of oil.
Jinx. Hey, you know, I was thinking in the shower this morning before we kick off football season. I would love to hear the Sterling song he wrote, "Landmine," the Landmine song. We sang it, not in the lounge tomorrow. Did we have a video recording of that anywhere in the files?
The Rockstar did it in the lounge.
Yeah, that'd be good to roll back out just to remind everybody I'm not good at picking games before we get back to that. Coming up this weekend. 1 week from tonight, though, we get to the main weekend. And how good is that Thursday night slate this year? I mean, last year seemed like it was a pretty bad Thursday night.
I don't remember what we had, but it wasn't great as I remember it.
But on this first Thursday night, a weekend from tonight, not only does UAB open up down at Protective, West Virginia, Pitt, Penn State, Purdue, all going right there on the opening night. That's two really good games that you would watch on a Saturday. You're getting those on Thursday night.
Yeah, I'm thankful I do not have to make this decision, but I was just randomly thinking the other day, which one am I most excited about if I could only watch one?
I have a feeling West Virginia Pitt will be more entertaining.
I think I'd go Backyard Brawl.
But Penn State Purdue, to me, probably will be more competitive, have a bigger impact down the road.
Yeah, I think I'd go Backyard Brawl. Now, Penn State Purdue is interesting to me because Penn State is Auburn's Week 3 opponent. So I think Purdue's going to win that game, and you'll get a very desperate, hungry Penn State team coming to Auburn Week 3, which is an interesting storyline.
If you want to read more about the wealthiest school, Harvard, facing oil-rich contender, the University of Texas in Bloomberg today as part of our top reads at nextroundlive.com, nextroundlive.com. We'll jump into Rockstar's viewing menu. Also, we'll do win totals on Mississippi State, USC, and LSU, part of the next segment as we roll on today. That is being brought to you in part by our friends at Precision Sports. But before you tell us about Precision, you're right, Patrick. My bad. Sanford also opening up a week from tonight. Kennesaw State and Sanford, really entertaining football game. 6 o'clock next Thursday night as well. Tennessee and Missouri open up SEC play a week from tonight as well. Precision opening up their doors to get you back into the game.
Yeah, whether you're a weekend athlete or sports is your life, Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics wants to help you stay in the game. If you have an injury or pain that says something's not right, let Precision Sports Medicine and Orthopedics help you make your greatest comeback today. From concussions to sprained ankles, our experienced team ready with treatment options. Find a doctor at precisionsportsortho.com/providers.
Bama and Bourbon, the Mystery Fifth Hour. Jimmy Buckets, available in the podcast section at nextroundlive.com.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about our friends at One Man and a Toolbox. One Man and a Toolbox has provided professional handyman services since 1997. Honesty and reliability are qualities that embody every one of their employees. From residential to commercial, One Man and a Toolbox, they've got a background to help you with almost any project. I've used them multiple times at my home. Give them a call today. Get that free estimate, 205-823-2111. That's 205-823-2111 or online, onemanandatoolbox.com.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
Hey, if you're looking for Birmingham's best pizza, you need to stop in and see our friends at Slice Pizza and Brew. It's as local as you can get, from the ingredients that go into every pizza to the beer on tap. For a great lunch or dinner, go see our friends today, Vestavia or Lakeview at Slice.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that Next Round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting NextRound.store.
Your 24-hour home for the show is our website, nextroundlive.com. Easy links to the day's top stories in the morning rounds, plus the latest videos from the show, podcasts like Bama and Bourbon, The Mystery Fifth Hour, Last Call, and other shows from our Double Down Media podcast family. Nextroundlive.com, a great way to stream the show live or find easy-to-listen to hour-by-hour downloads from the Next Round Live show. And get the latest gear in the Next Round store. Make nextroundlive.com your homepage. That's nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
The Next Round store is live and loaded. Check out the latest logo t-shirts and hoodies. Get your favorite team colors, the Next Round flag shirt, or grab the popular Y'all Can Have the Rest t-shirts. Go to nextround.store. That's nextround.store.
Back with you on the Next Round as we move into Rockstar's viewing menu time on the show today. It's brought to you by our friends at New Life Art. All the great college football prints over the years, including the most recent national championship from Georgia and Bryce Young's Heisman Trophy, and a lot more with New Life.
Yeah, New Life Art, bringing memorable sports moments by Daniel A. Moore for over 40 years. Call 800-735-2787 or danielmoreart.com.
Well, you got a new show premiering on Hulu tonight. It's a bio series on Mike Tyson called Mike. Have you seen the preview for this?
Yeah, it doesn't look good.
And he's not in favor of it, right? He didn't endorse it, right?
No, just like Nick Saban, I don't think he's going to watch it. But I don't know the actors in it. I don't know why now. Released the same thing with the Manti Te'o documentary. Why now?
Yeah, the Manti Te'o, I am interested because from everybody that's talked about it, they said it's really good, and there's a lot of things that you don't know about it.
Right.
I think I pretty much know everything about Mike Tyson.
And you guys say Manti comes off looking like a victim or looking good at the end of this?
That's what I hear.
Okay.
Oh, who do you think plays Customato?
Customato.
If you had to cast Customato.
Well, I would have probably gone Burt Young back in the day.
I would go Steve Buscemi.
Customato. Give me a hint.
It doesn't fit. Like, I would not have thought of this person.
John Travolta.
Harvey Keitel.
Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Boy, Harvey's gotten old, too.
Yeah,
I
he
guess
has.
Cuss was old.
And you also got tonight, 7 p.m. on Sci-Fi, Sharknado 5 from 2017. The name of the subtitle, Global Swarming.
That's actually pretty good, though.
And then 8:50 on Thriller Max, you got the great movie The Wrestler, which is sad and depressing.
But
from
so
2008
good.
With
So good.
Rat playing round and round.
Yeah.
This is when music was good. Why don't they make music like this anymore?
Boy, I tell you, when I get my deli meat cut, I don't want him
He
doing
was
it.
not a good butcher. And that's what's on tonight.
Hey, so before we go to something else real quick, will you pull the picture? Because somebody was talking about Rachel Ray on FHM.
Yeah.
And Thanksgiving is my favorite day of the year. That's when I want pulling the turkey out of my oven.
I'm telling you that is Photoshopped. Look at her face.
It really,
looks
Rockstar
like
is
it's
right.
superimposed
There
on
is
a
no
body.
way. Yeah, Rockstar's right. That is 100% a Photoshop.
I don't think it is either. It does not. I mean,
Her-
no
her-
offense, but
Well, I mean, her face doesn't match the body.
And she is happy as hell about that
Yeah.
turkey.
Oh, I like turkey.
I mean, she seems to be really large in the head department there.
Yeah, Rockstar's right. It's not. I don't even think it's a good Photoshop, Rockstar, for a large publication.
And there's one where she's like licking a spatula.
Well, whoever the cook was.
It's Rachel.
Yeah,
I mean,
show them the spatula shot.
Well, I got to find that.
This is pretty good.
Black lingerie to cook in. I mean, who does that?
Rachel Ray, apparently.
Yeah.
Look at that one.
Now, see, that doesn't look Photoshopped to me.
And is that Vegemite?
No,
I don't know what that
She's
is.
got a little bit of a pudge, a little bit.
I don't
Oh,
know.
she's got a lot of bit of a pudge now.
Yeah, but I'm talking
Well,
about.
I mean, when you lick a spoonful of chocolate all the time, Rockstar,
Yeah.
what do you think is going to happen?
No, she looks cute there.
Yeah, but dressed just like the Photoshop one, so maybe it wasn't Photoshopped. Well, we don't have to make her look bad, Rockstar.
That was the.
The spatula. There you go.
Yeah.
Any more below that? Oh.
Hey, she's got
I have pie.
Howdy, y'all. I got pie.
What's the end seam on that?
Salute.
Oh, look at
She
that.
washed his dishes.
She's got a
so
colander.
Oh.
She's washing her feet in the sink.
Yeah.
I'm washing dishes. Oh, I'm all wet.
Yeah, you are.
All right. That's Rachel Ray from earlier. There you go, Goose. We found your FHM stuff. All that photos courtesy of FHM right there on Pennant. Is it what's that?
Pinterest.
Pennant. All right, here we go. Can we cue up Mississippi State, USC, and LSU win totals here? And we'll talk a little bit about them. Three interesting teams that could go all over the place. And again, Taylor Korn with our animation. With a mountain setting, let's do the Mississippi State Bulldogs. Hell State right here. Lance the first to climb the mountain. Slides in at 8. That's not a bad season. 8-4. Dunaway, 7-5. Ryan Brown, 7-5 as well. Start us off, LT. Why 8 wins for Mississippi State?
Well, I look at the out of conference. They've got games against Memphis. They're a heavy favorite there. They go to Arizona. They will win that game. And they've got Bowling Green and East Tennessee State. That is 4 give-me wins. Games against Texas A&M, Arkansas, Auburn, and Georgia, which I think they're going to beat. Those are all home games, some difficult home games.
Yeah, you're too big for people that haven't been paying attention. Your 2 biggest conference upset games this year in the SEC is Tennessee beating Alabama in Knoxville and Mississippi State beating Georgia in Starkville.
Yes. But I think, Mississippi State can split with A&M and Arkansas. I think, on the road against Kentucky and Ole Miss, they can split. I think they find 8 wins.
Yeah. Again, this is a slide, so Dunaway and I are getting everything from 6 wins to 8 wins, and that's why I went with 7. Because I think you start 0-2, realistically, for your state. They have, and I know you think they'll upset Georgia. I do not, Lance. Dunaway, they have never figured out the Pete Golding, Nick Saban defensive puzzle. Mike Leach hasn't. I mean, it has been a beatdown twice now against Mike Leach. I mean, not even close. They're not even in the game against Alabama.
Yeah, so far, it has not even been close.
Yeah, I mean,
last year, maybe it was Alabama's best game, but it was a blowout.
Yeah, Lance, look, what's the cumulative score in the Leach era?
Last two games.
Last two games against Alabama. It was 49-7 last year, as I remember it, 42-7, something like that.
I think they shut them out the year before, right?
It's 45 to 4.5.
That's the average. That's the average.
Score,
Okay.
45 to 4.5.
So 90 to 9.
There's a gap there.
Yeah, 90 to 9.
You
basically.
think there's a gap?
Yeah, there's a gap. I mean, they have not solved that puzzle. So there's a loss there. I think they'll lose to Georgia.
Now, remember last year, and there's no excuse for losing by 40 points, but Will Rogers was hurt early in that game.
He was. Alabama hit him and hurt him. I mean, that's part of it, though. I mean, if you can't protect your quarterback against Alabama any better than that, he's going to get thrown out. He's going to get knocked out of a game and all that.
And to be fair, Mike Leach's system, not known for always protecting the quarterback.
Well, because
he has a lot of routes that are being run, and there's not maximum protection, and it's sort of, he's only got that little small card he's calling plays off
and
of.
you don't have a run game to slow down the pass rush.
Mm-mm. So that's Mississippi State. Again, LT says the peak could be 9 wins. 7 is the basement. We have them 8 at the peak, 6 is the basement there. Let's go to USC. Another interesting one here. The Trojans. Crank it up, Lance. Climb the mountain. Where are you going?
LT to 9.
No, the ceiling could get to 10. I see. I go 9 as well. Brown, for the first time, all in the same place. So we all think USC could win 10 or win 8. But a pretty good year for the Trojans, bouncing back.
To me, again, up front, they've got a lot of work to do. Skill-wise, they're as good as really anybody in the country. Lincoln Riley's going to bring something extra. They will have some swagger. When I look at the schedule, to me, there's only 4 really difficult games. At Oregon State, I know that sounds weird, but that is going to be a difficult game.
No, I believe that.
At Utah, at UCLA, and Notre Dame. If you just get one of those 3, I think they go 93.
Yeah,
one of those 4.
I think they'll be undefeated going into that Utah game. I've already said that. I think that's going to be undefeated, Pac-12 game of the year. And then I think Utah scalds them. It's what they do.
So you really believe that? Yeah.
Yeah, I do. No, I believe that.
That Utah beats them pretty bad.
Yeah, I think it's going to be an undressing. Everybody's going to be saying, look at Lincoln Riley. He's got – I mean, I'll give you an exercise for Caleb Williams. Go look at his last 3. I'll pull it up for you. His last 3 games of the year, and I want you to see what these teams have in common, all right? Caleb Williams last year. It's going to take me 2 seconds to pull up his game log here.
Not positive is what you're saying here.
Well, you tell me, Jim. His game log. Here's his last 3 regular season games. Baylor, Iowa State, Oklahoma State.
All good defenses.
The best in the Big 12.
Yeah. Dave Aranda, Jim Knowles, and whoever's the guy at Iowa State.
Iowa State. What's his name? He's been there forever. He's a legendary defensive coordinator there. They love the guy. Anyway, against Baylor, 50% completions, 142, no touchdowns, 2 picks. Against Iowa State, 44%, 87 yards, a touchdown and a pick. Against Oklahoma State, 51%, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions. At least he threw 3 touchdowns to throw a pick. His worst numbers are against the 3 best defenses he faced. Utah's got a good defense.
And Utah is going to be that with a tough environment.
Yeah. So anyway, that's
the first one we've all agreed on.
It is.
It is. One more in this segment of Climbing the Mountain as we do our cliffhanger version of college football. The LSU Tigers, where are we going to go? Lance, climb the mountain.
Oh, 6, Lance? 6.
Could miss a bowl game.
Yeah.
I like 7. I think they go to a bowl game. And Brown goes 7 as well. So as high as 8 for me, as low as 6. You think possibly LSU could have a 5?
I just don't think they've got a quarterback. I don't think Nussmeier's the guy. I don't think Jaden Daniels is the guy. I think Brian Kelly's going to take a little bit to adjust here to the SEC. They were a 6-win team last year. They've got a really difficult schedule. I don't know if they get by Florida State. If they lose to Florida State, they are going to be in jeopardy of not going to a bowl game.
Losing to Florida State.
I just don't know what to predict in this team. I really do not. I mean, there's so many unknowns. The quarterback situation, while we've seen these guys play.
Most unpredictable team in the SEC. Is it LSU, Texas A&M, Florida?
I think it may be LSU. I really do. I've got a lot of respect for Brian Kelly, as anybody that's listened knows. And Brian Kelly has traditionally been good in his first year. At all of his stops, he's improved year over year in his first year. I just don't know what to expect.
Well, and he's got, 2 layups in New Mexico and Southern, but the other 2 out-of-conference games, Florida State and UAB, those are difficult games.
They're difficult games. UAB is going to be really good. I know people around that program think this is a really good UAB team, that Bill Clark didn't leave because they were going to be bad, that this is going to be a good team. And then Florida State, as you love to say, Dunaway, they get their shakedown cruise that LSU doesn't get.
That's right. They get to work all the problems out in this week 0 game coming up this weekend. All right, so that's Mississippi State, USC, and LSU. We're 2/5 of the way of climbing all the way up the mountain with some of our off-season projections, win totals, the sliding scale there, our cliffhangers. Auburn's part of the next team we'll do later on in the 11 o'clock hour coming up. When we come back, though, those division races we wanted to talk about, including the ACC Coastal, which may be one of the more interesting things. All that coming up. Part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at the Pants Store. Hey, we're ready for game day. We hope you are too. That includes what you're going to wear to the big games this year. The only place to get the best gear for game day is the Pants Store. 5 great locations in Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, and Huntsville. You can also order from anywhere in America. Pantstore.com, and follow them on social media at the Pants Store there. Game day hats, all your Yeti accessories, sunglasses, game day polos from our friends at Gentile, Johnny O, Taylor and Mick, Antigua, and all the great women's fashion as well. Pants Store, Crestline, Leeds, Trussville, Tuscaloosa, Huntsville, and coming soon to Hoover and Auburn, Alabama.
Take the next round anywhere you go with official Next Round gear. Buy yours today at nextround.store.
Unexpected expenses are every homeowner's nightmare. The longer you wait, the more the expense. That's why if you have water, fire, or mold damage to your home or business, you should call DryTech immediately. The quicker you call, the more you save. DryTech's professionals are accustomed to dealing with these situations and can guide you toward the quickest and most efficient solution to your problem. DryTech also offers 24/7 emergency services, so let DryTech prevent a minor problem from becoming a major one. Call DryTech 205-637-0143 or go online to mydrytech.com. By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
Vulcan Tire and Automotive is hiring. If you want to take advantage of joining in with a local growing company in the automotive service industry, this is the opportunity for you. Hiring oil and tire technicians and more experienced mechanics. If you've got the talent and the desire, there is a spot for you at Vulcan Tire and Auto. Stop by one of their 4 locations and the manager on site can walk you through the pay scale, great benefits, and flexible work schedule. Get paid to build your future in the industry. Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Start your day online at nextroundlive.com. Get all the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. And it's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service. Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and our entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri. Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the Next Round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. And MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
Back with you on the Next Round, LT and D&B with you. Part of our show today being brought to you by the great folks at Redmond Vodka, Redmond Distilling. After golf yesterday, where I carted a nice 86, went by for dinner, and they were like, "Hey, what do you want to drink?" I was like, saw the bottle back there. Give me a Redmond Vodka with some freshly squeezed grapefruit juice. Delicious cocktail right before a nice little chicken pot pie for dinner.
Chicken pot pie.
Yeah.
I love
Did you
chicken
pick
pot
it up
pie.
at a local market?
No, I ate it at a local restaurant that does not sponsor with us yet.
Did you?
I think I'm going there tonight.
Yeah.
Dunaway described it to me, and it makes me want to go there and get it.
I might get it tonight. How good is it?
Oh, it's fantastic. It's about this big.
Yeah, see, their portions, and I know Brown doesn't believe portions can be too big.
Well,
but
you don't have to eat it all.
But the problem is when something's really good, I force myself to eat it all.
That's not a problem, my friend.
I will
That's
tell
a
you
blessing.
that my buddy Johnny, when it came out, his came out, and I was like, that is huge. But it has a little, the pastry's warm.
Yeah.
It's not in like a tin thing. It's just a big pastry sitting on a plate with all the fixings on the inside. And then they've got the gravy that they pour through the pastry hole at the top and fill up to the rim. And then you got a little gravy left over. And then you cut that open, and it comes out like a lava cake.
Got carrots and green peas in it?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I think I might. Their burger is so good, it's just tough for me to pass on the burger.
It's impossible to eat a chicken pot pie without scalding the roof of your mouth.
Well, you got to cut it open and let it breathe for a little bit.
I know, but boy, it's
tough
so
to
good.
do.
It's just like when you get a good piece of pizza straight out of the oven and you bite it and you're like, oh, man.
Yeah, it's almost worth, if it wasn't too much food, you order a salad with it and tell them to come out together.
Yeah.
And then you cut the crust, let it breathe, eat your salad, and then get into it.
I hate once you burn your tongue or the roof of your mouth because you know it's going to be a 5-day process.
Yeah, mine's right now.
Yeah, it's going to be 5 days before it's back to good.
Yeah, and I forgot what got it the other night. Anyway, Redmond Vodka, the official vodka
but that
here.
drink got that whole thing going last night. Yes.
Of the Next Round here, locally owned and operated. Their aim, clarity, and taste, color, and smell. It's vodka perfection. Redmond Vodka is made from corn, which not only makes it gluten-free, also provides that smooth finish, doesn't have a harsh aftertaste, 8 times distilled, available at your local package and ABC stores, also available in 20 states. Pick it up, ask for it by name. It's Redmond Vodka.
Hey, Rockstar, can you do me a favor real quick? First of all, nice hoodie. I really enjoy your hoodie.
You really like this?
Yeah, where'd you get that?
I feel stupid.
Somebody said in the chat room they look good.
Yeah. What is that? Nextround.store?
I don't even know. Yeah, Next Round. I don't think these are available, though, by the way.
Are they not?
Are they not?
These are exclusives to us, I think.
Oh, these are staff only?
Mm-hmm.
No, we need to change that.
Obviously, we upheld that damn thing.
Everybody wear them today.
Nextround.store. Can you run into one of those offices over here and grab me an extra eraser so that we can
I've got one.
Well, we need 3.
I've got 3.
You have 2?
No, I've got 1.
Okay, I don't have one, is what I'm saying. I need a third one.
Where's yours?
We've never had a third one, has been the problem. That's why I need the extra one. Right now we're going to talk about division championships. And we don't have to do them all, right? Because I think we all think Alabama's going to win the West.
Yeah.
We all think Georgia's going to use the East. We know we're all dressed alike. Stand up and make LT feel bad.
All right. Hey, where's Rockstar, everybody? Where'd he go?
Such a weirdo.
Come back up, Rockstar. Scott went to the single shot. Do it again. Hey, everybody.
Wait a second. It's like, what was the old thing as a kid?
Oh, it's the Jack in the Box.
Dun,
Did you get the erase?
Don't make it weird.
Wait, so
come on, man. Come on.
You got a new eraser?
Hey, we got the same shirt on. That's messed up.
Stop it! I mean, something's happening right now where my
Are you nipping out?
all the time now. They don't ever go down anymore.
Wow.
They don't ever go down anymore.
Wow.
I'm really excited
I
about football
understand
season.
typically when it's cold in the other office that can happen, but
Well, maybe that's
it's not
what it
cold
is.
in here.
Maybe that's what it is. They do not go down anymore. Constant excitement for football season.
Sometimes I wonder if he knows we're on. But I don't ever want to say anything because I never want him to change. I really don't. But sometimes I just wonder.
The question he asked in the office this morning just blew me away. I'm not going to throw it out there.
I don't remember.
Oh,
that's the bad part. Which question? What day?
It was about dogs.
Yeah.
Oh no.
Oh.
Yeah.
I don't mind throwing it out there.
Throw it out there, then.
Oh, geez, Jim.
This is about the dogs,
Yeah.
right? I don't think it's that bad. My wife
doesn't think it's that bad.
My wife is out of town for a couple of weeks doing her academic work at Duke. My daughter's in school. My son's in school. I'm at home by myself. The only thing that's keeping me at home at all for the next 2 weeks are 2 dogs.
And a job.
No, I mean, what else are you going to do without the dogs?
Basically, what you threw out today.
Would it be bad if I boarded my dogs while my wife is out of town?
He asked the question.
Hey, he's getting right there with Brown on dogs.
Even I was like, Dunaway, come on, man. Are you serious? Give them away.
I love my dogs.
No.
Obviously.
But
what
like,
are you going to do if they're boarded? Like, so if they're boarded tonight, what are you doing tomorrow?
No, you're never home anyway. What are you going to do?
That's my point. I'm not at home. I mean, I'm feeding them.
How often do they need attention?
Shout out to Miss Carolyn, who's gone by 2 days in a row to walk the dogs. I appreciate you, Carolyn, for doing that.
Why can you not do it? You're done at 1.
I was playing golf yesterday, Brown.
Got to play golf. Got to drink transfusions.
Got me a pot pie.
Got to go eat pot pies.
I mean, we were out at dinner 2 nights ago. We had a meeting up here for a while.
Yeah, but dogs, so Lady Bird is good for 6 or 7 hours solo.
Yeah.
So I plan around her.
Okay, my dogs are solo right now. I left the house today at 6:20, and whenever I finish the afternoon meeting, I'll get to go home and walk the dog and not play golf.
And you'll cuss about it. And
well, they're not going to walk them at the shelter.
Let me rewind that. Probably I'll go to walk-ons first, then I'll go home to see the dogs.
But they're not going to walk them at the shelter. They don't walk them there. They just sit in that little room. All bull crap. Where do they walk them?
Out in the yard.
Michael's right.
It's like prison. They get yard time.
Yeah. Smoke by the wall.
All right. Cell Block C. It's your time in the yard.
What am I going to do with the burdens? The dogs.
What did Michael say?
I'm glad LT loves Lady Bird. You other guys need to do better with the dogs.
No. My dog lives better than most humans.
Yeah.
Yeah, but you already said you would never get a second dog, and you're not getting another one.
Well, I'm not. No, I mean, my daughter wants a second dog. I told her I'm not running a zoo. We've already got a dog.
Yeah, but that dog needs somebody to play with.
2 animals?
What?
The zoo.
Well, I mean, they want a second dog.
What,
I'm like,
an
we've
animal
got a
shelter?
dog. Yeah, I'm not
Lance,
taking
how
it.
many do you know?
Lunsford's right. And I think Rocky likes dogs. Like, Rocky's not going to have a dog, but when
I
he's
love
around dogs, you're really good with them.
I love my parents' dogs. Our house is not available.
This is Brown. Get off.
Yeah.
I don't want dogs jumping up on me.
Yeah. I don't mind that just as long as they're not biting.
No, I don't want them
nonstop.
jumping up on me.
Okay, Baxter was my dog. He passed. The white dog is Charlie Cockblocker. He and I don't have a relationship.
Yeah, I think Maggie trained him. She took him to creative. Look, keep my husband away.
He prevents me from climbing the mountain to number 12 using our game total, right?
Gosh, I can't believe
blocks all the time.
Yeah.
Angus, I love. He's like a miniature Baxter, but he's still relatively a puppy. So at 12:15, for no reason, they both sleep in our bed. And at 12:15 today, with nobody in the house, he hasn't had enough playtime. All of a sudden, he's doing this in the bed. And then he bounces over right onto my face and starts licking me. I'm sound asleep. I've got to get up.
Yeah, but
I got to come do this show.
what
Come on,
time is
dude.
it?
It's football season.
See, you know what the problem is? You haven't given them enough exercise time. If you wear them down,
That's
they'll
right.
sleep
You
in.
gotta
Miss
walk
Carolyn
more.
walked them twice yesterday.
Yeah, she didn't walk them far enough.
Lady Bird got 52,000 steps
That's
yesterday.
right, because Lance has his dog steps.
She's like number 6 in the nation right now.
Where did she rank in the state?
I'll tell you. You guys just keep talking about your love for dogs, and I'll tell you how Lady Bird did yesterday.
I don't particularly love dogs. I do not deny that. I mean, dogs are fine. I could take or leave dogs.
I love our dogs. I fed them this morning.
Yeah.
When I left.
That's a good fact. I love our dogs.
I fed my dog,
I let somebody else walk them.
No,
I
my
love
dog
them.
lives in air conditioner. My dog sleeps in either my bed or my youngest daughter's bed. I mean, my dog's got it made, man.
Your dog should have a friend.
Thank
a
you,
companion.
Carolyn.
Not running a zoo.
That's why we have two. They play with each other. They take care of each other.
So, yeah, yesterday she did, well, I think she's on 5.6 miles right now.
Wow.
Did she get out of the house? Is she just running down the streets?
I don't like the way you make me feel bad because I don't want dogs jumping on me. I don't want dogs jumping on me.
Not at 12:15 in the morning. ACC Coastal.
I got to look at it.
It's the non-Clemson division.
Well, I still got to look at it.
If I said ACC Coastal, who's winning that one for you?
The ACC Coastal.
Are we writing them on the board?
Yes.
Is that what we're doing here? Okay.
That's how this whole thing started.
Coastal.
I needed a dry eraser.
With...
Here's my pick for the ACC Coastal this year. North Carolina Tar Heels. I think we were a year early.
I'm going to be with Lance right here. I know Lance is going to go with the team. I've got written the Panthers of Pittsburgh. Because you think they're going to be good.
I think it'll be really good. I think it'll come down to them or Miami. I think North Carolina could be a sleeper.
Nobody wrote Miami.
I did not. I think there's still going to be some building from
year one.
Yeah.
Again, really good quarterbacks.
Where is that Miami Pitt game, Lance? Miami here. I got it right here, buddy. They play. Oh, it's a home game against Pitt. Last game of the regular season, Miami Pitt. That's probably for that division.
Yeah, could be a game day location.
Miami gets them in Hard Rock Stadium last day of the season.
Give me Big Ten West.
That's going to be whiskey.
Yeah. I think Minnesota will challenge. I think Minnesota could have a really, really good year.
Give me
Minnesota's
Wisconsin.
got a really good defense. Wisconsin probably has, at least on paper, statistically, will have the best defense in college football just because they play in the Big Ten.
I'm going to go Minnesota.
Okay, I like that.
Minnesota.
So it's either
me.
Wisconsin or Minnesota. Just for the record, last game of the regular season,
Oh.
Camp Randall Stadium for that division.
Now, I do
Camp
think
Randall. I was hoping it was going to be at
Iowa can always
outdoor
Iowa you.
Minnesota.
You could Iowa?
Yeah, I mean, they're always in the mix.
They are. Wisconsin plays at Iowa November 12th. And I was going to see when Minnesota played them, just to close the circle there. Minnesota and Iowa play next to last game of the season. So there's a little round robin there, Lance, in the month of December, probably for that division.
Pac-12 North. Pac-12 North.
Pac-12 North, I am going to go with...
Well, they're not in divisions this year. So is this just the old...
Oh, that's right. They're
so
not in
we're
divisions.
just using the old school North?
Yeah, I was going to go with Oregon State.
Are you serious?
I was going to go Oregon, but there's no divisions. They've taken the divisions away from us.
I think I would go Oregon in the old divisions. What makes you like Oregon State over Oregon?
Jonathan Smith is
He's a good coach.
He's building something that I would say when Dennis Erickson topped out there, had him in a Fiesta Bowl. Mike Riley was winning 9 games when they were upsetting USC. I think they're going to be that type of team this year. I think it's going to be really cluttered in the North.
Right.
And I just think Oregon State.
Well, obviously, I don't have to look when they play. I know the Civil War is the last game of the year, but it is in Corvallis, Lance. I mean, if it comes down to that for whoever's the better team between those two, they won't be playing for
I think
division.
they win 8 games.
Big 12 championship game. Who beats who? Big 12 championship game. Who beats who?
That's a tough one, man. This is the toughest one you've asked so far. Toughest one you've asked so far, Dunaway.
I'm locked in.
I'm locked in. I got Oklahoma over Oak State. I'm starting to talk myself into Oklahoma's going to have a pretty good year.
I am taking Oklahoma State over Oklahoma. I've got the opposite from you, Lance.
Hope you're right. I own Oklahoma State.
Do you now? Mm-hmm. It's a good purchase. Dunaway, you've got the Red River rematch.
Well, you got a lot into Texas this year.
Do you have Texas winning both of those?
Yeah.
That's a lot to ask. So you've got Texas losing to Alabama and beating Oklahoma twice.
Yeah, or losing one and still being in the other game and winning it and being 10-2.
As a reminder, Bedlam is not the final game of the year for Lance and I. Bedlam is next to last.
Yeah. Little
week
There you go.
before.
Hey, real quick, just because you wanted to know, top 3% of all dogs in the country. She's number 282 on all Vizslas. and she's number 61 of all dogs in the state of Alabama. Just letting you know.
Mine are securely locked in the house right now.
About to be boarded next week.
Well, yeah, the fact that you've asked means you've already decided you're going to do it.
No. I just checked pricing.
Carolyn, do you want some dogs for the week? They love your house so much.
They do love Miss Carolyn.
Yes.
I hope Miss Carolyn's been by there today already. We're back in a moment. We'll talk some more college football. Phone lines are open 205-734-0923, 734-0923. Buster Olney is with us at the top of the final hour. 1 hour from now, this is the next round that's being brought to you today by our friends at Nichols Outfitters.
Jimmy D, we got the dove season coming up. They're still fishing at Nichols Outfitters. You've heard us talk about fishing, the fish department for a while now. If you haven't done yourself a treat and been by there, you need to. All the brands you love, too. Ducket Fishing, 13 Fishing, Rapala Lures, True Bass, Shimano, Daiwa Fishing, 6th Sense Fishing, all at Nichols Outfitters, I-65, exit 242 there in Pelham. Always online, nicholsoutfitters.com.
Follow The Next Round on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook at Next Round Live.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Did you know that many professional athletes have their shoes custom fitted to their feet? At New Balance Birmingham, we think everyone should have perfect fitting shoes. So our in-store fit specialists take precise measurements to determine your foot size, shape, and gait before matching you with the perfect New Balance shoe. Come see us at the New Balance Birmingham store, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Football season is back and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. ERA King has the new Guaranteed Move program, which lets you compare instant offers with open market offers so you can choose how and when to sell your home. You can close with a quick cash offer, no showings, and no open houses, or you can explore multiple offers through a traditional listing. Available only through ERA King. Guaranteed Move puts you in control. Visit movewithking.com or text MOVE to 35620. To learn more, that's MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the poor boys, but I love the southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch. St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
The Iron Bowl.
Jordan Hare Stadium behind us that saw a classic Iron Bowl, 24-22. The Crimson Tide holds on and wins in overtime.
The SEC Championship.
It is the SEC Roadshow Saturday morning in Atlanta.
The College Football Playoff.
It's our Cotton Bowl special from Dallas, Texas. We are live now.
The National Championship.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown with you up here in Indianapolis. We're at the Playoff Fan Central.
The Next Round. You'll find us where the big games are played. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, The Next Round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Hey, don't forget Guarantee Friday tomorrow here on the show, and you can go ahead and get your 3 guarantees, 3 things you guarantee will happen this football season. You can send those in right now, nextroundlive.com, and just go down to the Guaranteed Friday tab. Hit that and send them in, and we will go ahead and pull those off and have those ready to go tomorrow. But you'll also be able to do it on the phone tomorrow, also in the chat room, and on Twitter at Next Round Live. Follow us everywhere. And don't forget to like and subscribe and hit those thumbs up buttons there if you're in the chat room or wherever you are today watching us. Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, Rockstar, Forrester, Lunsford, Taylor, and the whole crew up here today. Some of you are sending this to us, and we are familiar with what's going on. Trending on social media today is hashtag Cock Commander.
Rockstar?
C-O-C-K, Commander.
I changed my screen name. That is not that anymore.
Okay. Yeah. The reason why a lot of people are asking, and if you're not familiar with what's going on, Sir Big Spur is the name of the Gamecock, the live bird they bring out at South Carolina games. Well, the contract has run out with the person that provides the live Gamecock at South Carolina. And a new bird is going to be in place, and they are tired of using the person that has been providing them over the years, Sir Big Spur, which I didn't really know that was the name to begin with.
I knew that was Sir Big Spur, yeah.
So, some fans said, well, let's just call our new bird Big Spur, and the school's going to control it and have the rights. Lawyers with South Carolina says it's too much like Sir Big Spur, so we've got to get totally away from Sir Big Spur name, so we don't have legal problems with the naming rights of the Gamecock.
Call it 3 and out.
I always thought it was cocky.
No, that's the costume mascot. The actual live rooster is Sir Big Spur.
So, as you would imagine, they started taking submissions for name our Gamecock.
Great idea. Yes, this could not go wrong.
Name our Gamecock, which today is trending, hashtag Cock Commander.
Apparently, but I mean, I don't know what is joking and what is not, but according to Matt Baker of the Tampa Bay Times, who covers college football, they're seriously considering that one.
Well, I think
Commander has made the
Captain Cock would be good, right?
Cluck Norris.
Cluck Norris is my favorite.
Cluck Norris is a good one.
I mean, we can all make jokes about Cock Commander, but Cluck Norris is very good and very funny. Yeah.
What about Cock Hudson?
Cockstar.
Cockstar is really good too. Yes.
All right, so let's do a whole list later in the show. Everybody start working on them in the commercial breaks.
We can do a poll, so to speak, and just find the best one for them if we want.
All right. Cowan Equipment poll questions are out there, brought to you by our friends at Cowan Equipment.
Hey, if you're having a hard time finding that new plastic on the seat piece of heavy equipment, check out Cowan Equipment's rental fleet hit list for a wide range of well-maintained equipment from our rental fleet for sale now. Visit cowan.com/featured used equipment or call 800-239-COWAN.
Have you ever used a laundromat? I'm sorry, Lance. 74% say yes, 26% say no.
Where are you guys?
I've never used a laundromat that I'm aware of. I can't even. I don't even know if I've been in one.
I've been in one. I don't think I've used one.
I lived in an apartment complex where you had to go across the street almost into a laundromat where they had 3 washers, which was 50 cents to wash, I think $1 to dry. And I was like, oh my God. And when it was raining, it was really fun.
I rolled down to the industrial strength ones, and a lot of you in the chat room say, or actually on Twitter at Next Round Live, say that it's a great place to wash your pet blankets and your stuff with pet hair on it. Don't tear up your washer and dryer.
Tear up theirs.
Tear up theirs.
Yeah.
Can y'all wash my dogs too?
Yeah. I mean, one guy's like,
their blankets here.
One guy's like horse blanket. I take a horse blanket there and wash it there. So no telling what you're washing your clothes in.
But if
when
you've
you're
got
there.
no other option, if you don't own a washer and dryer, I mean, the laundromat's the only place you can go.
Now again, I'm fine. I've got a washer and dryer now. This was the 90s back when I was single before I met Maggie.
It's back in the day.
Yeah. This hour of the show always brought to you by our friends at Champy's, world famous fried chicken. Champy's chicken open for lunch now. Great chicken fingers. The chicken finger basket, they're huge there. And Sterling wants to remind you that not only can you get lunch and dinner there, right there on Highway 119 in Alabaster, he'll cater your parties. If you're watching games at home this year, you can pick up to-go orders, get back and enjoy the games with great food all day long. Or if you're going to a tailgate, imagine bringing great baskets full. What are those 10 things that are about this big that you carry to tailgates? Not a platter. They're made of tin foil. What would you call those? Trays?
Sure.
We'll go trays.
I have
Can
no
you imagine?
earthly idea what you're talking
Well, you know, those big tin, they're made of tin.
Hotel pans?
And they're,
I thought you were saying T-E-N. T-I-N?
Yeah, T-I-N, yeah. Yeah, I mean, do you say 10 and 10 different?
Well,
I think they're just 10 trays.
No, when you said 10, I thought you meant the number 10.
No, 10
I was trying to
is
think of what you're talking
the
about.
silver things that you're able to clamp down on the top, keep things warm. Can you imagine walking up to your tailgate with those big chicken fingers?
Jim brought one of those big 10 things of chicken fingers.
10 of them? No.
We have 9 more.
Don't get confused.
Look what Captain Cox showed up with.
Captain Cock always delivers, man.
That's a good one, too, Captain Cock. Instead of Dr. Spock, you go Dr. Cock.
Champyschicken.com. Champyschicken.com. Always fun there. You guys are commenting about LT's belief that Tennessee is going to upset Alabama this year. Now, he knows he's on a limb.
Yeah, big limb.
Jamie writes in, Tennessee will not beat Alabama, LT. Bama's D is as good or better than UT's offense, meaning Bama will get some stops, and I don't think UT's defense can stop Bama's offense. Will be a great game, though. We'll agree. Bama by 13 or more, says Jamie.
I think Tennessee's going to be improved. Defense can't be any worse than it was last year. A healthy Hendon Hooker in that environment, they're already going to be ranked at that point, in my opinion. It's going to be a great atmosphere, and sooner or later, Alabama's got to lose one of these games to Tennessee.
They will at some point. I think, again, Tennessee's 10-2. Their defense scares the heck out of me, and I don't see them stopping Alabama. The way they would beat Alabama would be like
turnovers.
Yeah, Alabama has just uncharacteristic Bryce Young turnovers, Jahmyr Gibbs fumble, something like that.
Royal Payne, I still say Josh Heupel's offensive system is going to impact their defense negatively, not a complementary nature to the pace the defense needs to play. In the long haul, Tennessee ends up 6-6, 7-5.
Wow, that'd be very, very disappointing.
With the fan
no
pressure
doubt.
building,
Yeah.
and does not beat Alabama.
Yeah, that'd be very disappointing.
All right, always love your input on the show right there. We are finishing up our 40 and 40 countdown, which is always great news here on the show because that means we've gone 40 live shows with the poll that you guys have voted on, but it also means tomorrow's Guaranteed Friday, and then Saturday is live football. I mean, think about this. We're watching live football on Saturday, and then next Thursday night, 1 week, we're into the full slate of games.
We're 48 hours out.
Yeah, we're 48 hours out from football. Yeah. That's right, 11-11. I think we kick. That's
11:30.
right.
11:30 is the big one.
Yeah, but Austin P. Western Kentucky in 48 hours from now will be already into the first drive, the first Western Kentucky touchdown on Austin P. But at 11:30, coming up here, 48 hours away from Nebraska and Northwestern. Do you see Northwestern's going to?
I saw that
the N on the helmet's going to. It's going to be the Irish flag.
Yeah, it's orange, white, and green in the end.
No,
not
with the purple.
Because you got a purple helmet.
That's
Those
right.
colors just are not complementary.
Why wouldn't you go with the? Because they've gone white helmets before. Why wouldn't you go with the white helmet just for
It
that?
would have looked much better.
I get the feeling that Nebraska is going to be the team in white.
I guess you think they mess with theirs? I mean, that's a pretty iconic. They've messed with it some over the years, but not a ton.
I wouldn't count on it.
Yeah.
Anyway, football's coming up. We're at the end of our 40 and 40 countdown. That gets us to number 1 today. And that's the Alabama Crimson Tide, voted on by you guys, agreeing with the AP and the coaches poll, brought to you by our friends at Baumhauer's.
And Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to the state of Alabama way back in 1981. The Wings and Things right there on the strip in Tuscaloosa. They're celebrating 40 years. Celebrate with them. Get out, check out the Inflation Sucks menu, going easy on your wallet. Baumhauer's Victory Grill for lunch or dinner.
All right, Alabama, number 1 in our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you by Baumhauer's. You start with a roster that has the defending Heisman Trophy winner and the best defensive player in college football in Bryce Young and Will Anderson.
Well, not only that, Dunaway, the best 1-2 punch, but when you start to look at the transfer portal, what they were able to do, when you bring in guys like Jermaine Burton and Jahmyr Gibbs and Eli Ricks and Tyler Harrell and Steen on the offensive line, I mean, those are major contributors right away. You never know what true freshmen are going to do. You know those guys are going to play, and they're going to be major factors.
You brought up Gibbs. Something Henry To'oTo'o said on our show earlier when he was with us back in the 10 o'clock hour that a lot of people in the chat room were commenting on. We asked him about Jahmyr Gibbs. I had seen that he and DJ Dale were talking about what an impressive back he was. And I don't know if you guys caught it like the people in the chat room did, but one of the things To'oTo'o pointed out, especially coming from a linebacker, this is significant, is what a good blocker he is. And I think if you're an Alabama fan, that's got to be super encouraging that this guy appears to be an all-around running back for you.
And that's why the NFL scouts like Gibbs so much, because he doesn't have to come off the field on passing downs and such like that. Now, the offensive line and a little depth, you start wondering about that with this Alabama team. Can they hold up where injuries cost them maybe a championship last year? Nick Saban yesterday sending a message to his young guys about getting right, getting ready, and getting ready to compete for a title.
You've got to prepare yourself so when you get a chance to play, you can take advantage of that because you are ready to play, rather than focusing on too many other things. You control what you say, what you think, and what you do. And what somebody else does, what somebody else says, what somebody else thinks really doesn't matter. So it's important to stay focused and keep the main thing, especially at this point in time, because right now we got to start deciding, all right, who are we going to coach, who are we going to bring along, who are we going to play on special teams, how many guys can we travel with, what's their role going to be, and guys have had lots of opportunity to find that. So hopefully we'll get more and more guys that are ready to play winning football so that we have more depth on the team, because we definitely need that to get through, the kind of schedule, the kind of difficult challenges that we're going to have in the future.
Yeah, and you saw it last year of those guys not being ready to step into the contest. If I asked you Alabama's biggest concern going into the year as our number 1 team in our 40 and 40 countdown, what would it be?
For me, it was receivers until you start to hear these reports, and now I would have to go offensive line.
Offensive line. Nick Saban talking about the offensive line yesterday on how they're progressing. Sounds positive to me.
What have you seen from the mentality of your offensive linemen in terms of wanting to go out and dominate their opponents, being physical?
I'm encouraged by the improvements that we made in the offensive line. We seem to have a little better mentality. I think the personality of their coach has definitely added something to the mentality of how we play and what we're doing and how we're doing it. I think the personality of the players is certainly something that has been a real positive in terms of how they've approached things and what they've tried to do. So I feel more comfortable in the running game that we have, and we're able to pass protect, I think, a little better. So I've been really pleased with the progress that group has made.
Brown, last year their pass protection, we talked about it often. Bryce Young bailed them out of a lot of bad situations, but still the numbers were not very good.
Yeah, I mean, sacks allowed, I think they were I mean, it was an astounding number of sacks allowed, and that was a Heisman Trophy winning quarterback that was so mobile he got you out of so many bad situations.
Yeah.
As you said, it was one of the worst offensive lines Alabama had, 120th in the nation in sacks allowed, and couldn't run the football either. Until they played Cincinnati, who couldn't stop the run, but they just couldn't run the football effectively, couldn't protect Bryce Young. I mean, Lance said it could be a concern. Maybe it is, but I think really, honestly, it can only get better than it was last year. And I think
he went mentality of their coach, where Doug Marrone last year was such a negative. This new guy is getting rave reviews.
Everybody says Wolford was just a tremendous hire from Kentucky, and Kentucky was known for their good offensive line play. But Doug Marrone, of the assistants, was probably the most criticized for it. Even more than Pete Golding and Bill O'Brien, Doug Marrone probably caught the most criticism.
And it actually seemed like a good hire at the time.
Who, Marrone?
Marrone did.
I'd been an NFL head coach.
Yeah. So that's number 1, Alabama, in our 40 and 40 countdown, brought to you today by our friends at Baumhauer's.
Again, Baumhauer's is celebrating 40 years of great food and hospitality throughout the throughout the state of Alabama. Bob Baumhauer, the first to bring the delicious taste of wings to Tuscaloosa back in 1981. Help them celebrate. Get in for lunch or dinner. Baumhauer's Victory Grill.
Okay, while Cock Commander is trending today, yesterday, Mad Dog Russo was catching some heat for his comments on Get Up with Stephen A., where Stephen A. was talking about the new Nick Saban contract and how he was the best college coach of all time. Mad Dog Russo responded with, no, he's not. Ara Parseghian was the greatest college coach of all time.
Yeah.
And, when you have a guy, obviously, in a debate format, you end up having to have someone arguing the other side, I guess. So he went Ara Parseghian. For those that don't remember, long time ago, 1973, coach of Notre Dame who beat Bear Bryant in that famed 24-23 Sugar Bowl to win the national championship there. Didn't coach very long, was on television for a long time. I would imagine, a really good coach and in the conversation for one of the best of all time.
Yeah, 170 wins and 2 national championships. That really stands out.
But you can't.
So stupid.
I mean, Chris Russo doesn't watch college football. I don't know why.
Yeah. But he didn't coach a very long time, did he? I mean, how many years?
That's why he's not the greatest coach.
Yeah.
He coached for 10 years at Notre Dame.
Yeah,
10 years at Notre Dame, 171
51 to 74 was his career. Yeah, it's a silly argument.
Yeah, so that's Ara Parseghian there. Great numbers and 2 national championships, but a lot of that was trending yesterday. Today, from that to Cock Commander, as they try to rename the mascot at South Carolina. When we come back, we've got trash today and a lot more already on the show. We've talked to Andy Staples and Henry Toa Toa. You can get both of those podcasted at nextroundlive.com. Nextroundlive.com. We're back in a moment.
Follow LT on Twitter at @TheLanceTaylor.
Hi, this is Wes McClooney, owner of the New Balance Birmingham store. Conquer whatever summertime activities you want to take part in, all while wearing the perfect shoes. Our fit specialists take precise measurements of your feet and analyze how you walk and run so that your shoes fit perfectly. And we haven't forgotten about the kids either. We'll get them equipped for summer camp or whatever adventures they take on. Stop by the New Balance Birmingham store today, located on Highway 280 next to Chick-fil-A. New Balance Birmingham. Experience the difference a custom fit makes today.
Don't let a roof problem disrupt your football Saturday or Sunday. Call Greg from Pell City and Storm Restoration Roofing. Locally owned at 205-542-3531. Greg wants to give you a free, no-cost inspection. Free, no cost, no obligation. 205-542-3531. He can also pressure wash your metal roofing. It's easy to see why his company's so successful. A-plus rated with the Better Business Bureau, and insurance companies trust him. You should too. 205-542-3531, or just look him up on Facebook, Greg from Pell City.
What are you waiting for? It's non-stop gaming action at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Come play more than 900 of the latest and greatest games around, featuring fun bonuses and big jackpots. You can wager and win on horse and greyhound races from all over the world, and try your luck on our popular sports parlay. There are more ways to win at Birmingham Racecourse Casino. Birmingham Racecourse Casino, located off I-459, exit 31, Derby Parkway. Must be 21 or older.
Hey, Lance Taylor from the Next Round to tell you about one of our favorite places for breakfast, lunch, and dinner. That is Hamburger Heaven since 1982. Hamburger Heaven has been serving Birmingham's best hamburgers, cheeseburgers, French fries, hand-spun milkshakes, and sandwiches made fresh to order. All of their ingredients are fresh and prepared daily. This includes their beef, always fresh, never frozen, hand-patted each and every day. For breakfast, lunch, or dinner, visit any of the 4 locations, Highway 280, Irondale, Gardendale, and Homewood.
Drunk driving prevention is a priority at Anheuser-Busch. You can't drive drunk if you don't drive there. Encourage friends to join in the pledge to Decide to Ride on DecideToRide.com. Brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and The Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast. The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast like Bama and Bourbon, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Let's face it, a home is one of the most powerful assets you can have, and our friends at Mortgage Right want to help you build wealth through home ownership. Mortgage Right is all about providing competitive rates, a variety of loan products, and a multitude of resources for a seamless home buying experience. They treat their borrowers like family and are always looking to bring more happy homeowners under their roof. See more by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR today and start living. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and Bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping on some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And in our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, LT takes off the gloves for in-depth conversations with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmont Vodka. Find these podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Back with you on the Next Round today as we get ready for, the final exhibition weekend of the NFL, which is weekend 3 now of the off season. It goes tonight with a couple of games, including the Packers and the Chiefs and the 49ers and the Texans, both of them on different viewing platforms. NFL Network for the 49ers, for the Packers-Chiefs game, and then Prime Video, where you'll see your Thursday night NFL football this year, is where you'll get the 49ers and Texans tonight. 7 o'clock on the NFL Network, 7:15 on Prime.
I don't know if this appeals to anyone, but if you have Prime Video, I noticed when I opened it last night, Rock started to watch Mad Men.
Big old bang.
They are promoting the fact that you can record all of their NFL games, like as a storage DVR if you choose to do so. I've got a DVR on DirecTV, so I don't know if it's a pain in the butt if you are on streaming to record things, but you can do that on Amazon Prime.
All I know is I enjoy, and I do record some college football to go back and watch them on Sunday because I can't watch all the games, especially if I'm at the stadium. But I do not enjoy watching live sporting events I can't come back and watch it recorded later that night or the next day and enjoy it like I do when I'm watching it live.
Not at all.
So I have no desire to record that.
Well, I was just going to say, if that's something that appeals to you, it will be Al Michaels and Kirk Herbstreit tonight, by the way.
Looking forward to that.
I have confirmed that, yeah.
Yeah, I figured it'd be the old run-through for that entire crew.
Kaylee Hartong on the sidelines.
On the sidelines, and it used to be with the SEC Network, and Carissa Thompson in the studio, if I remember correctly. Part of our friends at Crocker Moving Services want to remind you that it may be time for a move. You may be moving somewhere in the continental United States, and our friends at Crocker Moving Services can help that happen. You may be moving across town. They can help that happen. You may be moving kids back or from college, Crocker Moving Services can do that. They also take care of your commercial moving needs as well, which is absolutely huge. And they have that fantastic service. Well, they'll actually do the packing for you as well. You can see everything they offer and learn more about the company right there at CrockerMovingServices.com. CrockerMovingServices.com. A lot of great things with Crocker Moving Services that I love. One of them is that they are, I'm Jimmy America, and they use made in the USA equipment and made in the USA supplies whenever possible. They also have a great veteran-owned and veteran-operated when possible sort of belief system there. I love that as well. Anytime you can give back to those that have served our great country. That's what the owner did with Crocker Moving Services, Eric Crocker. He's a Marine, a Birmingham native, and a veteran of the Iraq War. And he believes that, and you can tell that in his company as well. Crocker Moving Services. Anywhere in the continental United States, they will take care of you, both your commercial and residential needs. Check them out online, CrockerMovingServices.com. All right, couple NFL notes for you before we get to trash. Julio Jones apparently has clicked with Tom Brady, and it's going well for him in Tampa camp. Expectations for Julio this year, opposite of Mike Evans and Chris Godwin.
Well, look, I think he's a nice third option for that offense. I would
better
say,
than Antonio Brown was for them, you think?
Well, I
think
mean, he's not going to go crazy.
Yeah. I would say Julio gives you 40 to 50 receptions, 6 to 8 touchdowns.
That's pretty good for number 3, right? Yeah. That's really interesting. They talk about his speed seems to be back. He seems to be healthier than he's been in the past couple of years. NFL action happening tonight. Braves off today. They're back in action tomorrow after a very successful road trip. All right, it is time for trash. Before we hit the big button, Rockstar, let's remember everybody thumbs up. If you're in the chat room right now, make sure you go hit the thumbs up button right now over on YouTube. And wherever you're watching us now, bang that thumbs up button and help us reach a higher number. And Rockstar, would you use your thumb right now to hit the big button?
Let's see if I can do that.
Yeah.
Do y'all usually start before 8 o'clock with a chainsaw?
What time is it, sir?
Well, it's after 8 now. You guys started firing it up at 7:55.
LT's Trash is presented by Mortgage Right. Mortgages done the right way.
Hey, inflation out in full force, and now more than ever, rent costs are skyrocketing. Even though interest rates have risen, buying a home is proving cheaper than renting one. Stop throwing away money on rent. Turn to Mortgage Right with a variety of loan options, assistant programs, dedicated mortgage experts. Mortgage Right makes buying a home in the current market as easy as possible. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR to live rent-free today. NMLS 2239, equal housing lender. We start first with a story that we had just a couple of days ago. You guys remember the record label that hired the AI, artificial intelligence rapper?
Yeah.
He's been canceled.
Really? This is not going well, huh?
Nope. A record label has cut ties with the AI rapper after criticism it contained racial stereotypes, including the repeated use of the N-word. If we're now canceling robots or AIs, what has the world gotten to?
I really don't know.
Has he issued an apology or anything?
Well,
not yet. FN Mecca, that you're looking at right there, is an artificial intelligence musician given the appearance of a black male cyborg. But Capitol Music Group faced a backlash for signing backlash for signing the rapper. In a reported statement announcing they had severed ties, Capitol Music, quote, offered their deepest apologies to the black community for our insensitivity. They also admitted signing this project without asking enough questions. FN Mecca currently has more than 500,000 monthly Spotify subscribers and more than 1 billion views on the TikTok account. Its Instagram account, which has more than 220,000 followers, has been made private. If FN Mecca's songs are performed by an anonymous black man, according to one of the co-founders of the company responsible for AI.
Signed a deal on Tuesday, canceled on Wednesday.
That's pretty quick in today's age even.
Yeah.
I would say it was a stupid idea from the beginning.
Didn't even get a paycheck, it seems like.
Yeah.
Give me one guy on a guitar sitting at a bar. That's all I need.
I'm kind of with you, Jim.
Hey, do you guys think 7:30 is too late for children to be
Give me
in a
one
restaurant?
person with a guitar at a bar.
Okay, thank you, Jim. Very good. So it was 7:30 too late for what?
Kids in a restaurant.
Oh, Lord,
No.
I've done it.
Woman has sparked a furious debate asking whether expensive restaurants should have a policy on noisy children. Now, the woman took to British parenting forum Mumsnet, complaining that her adult night out was ruined by a family with 3 children sitting next to her. While she got support in some quarters, while one Mumsnet user writing, "I'd have left a long time before," others slammed her views. One wrote, "So parents shouldn't be entitled to a meal out. Babies crying, toddlers can make noise. You're in a public restaurant." Now, the woman wrote, "About 10 minutes after we sat down, a couple came in pushing a buggy. 2 other children were in tow. They were seated at a table beside us. One child kept bashing his spoon on the table. Another kept crawling along the windowsill. So that was right behind my head. The baby was kept amused by the father playing peekaboo while she screamed excitingly." This went on and on.
The baby's happy?
Well, it does seem like she needs to take her silver spoon out of her ass a little bit here.
Wow, Jim.
She's a little too...
She went on to say, "We asked to be moved to another table. There were none available. Then the baby started crying loudly. The toddler got tired and cranky and joined the wailing. We left without dessert and complained on the way out. They knocked the price of a bottle of wine off our bill. Am I being unreasonable to think that expensive restaurants charging a fortune should have a policy with dealing situations?"
Here's my deal. Is like, as a parent now, my kids are older now, but as a parent, I always viewed it as my responsibility to keep my kid in check. And if they're creating any sort of in a situation like that, now if we're at a family restaurant, it's one thing. If you're at Golden Corral, it's going to be a little different than if you're at a nice joint. But I'd get up and leave, or my wife would get up and leave with the kid. I mean, that's just a responsible adult does.
I think you got to. I think
we go outside, walk, go to the lobby, whatever.
Right, yeah.
Yep.
My kids were really good as far as the crying, and we had one episode. I'll never forget. We were at Outback, and it was when the Marlins were playing the Cubs in the National League Championship Series.
Wow, big night.
Who'd you have in the lock?
I don't remember, but I do remember being
Alice
at
Springs
Outback
Chicken?
before Alice Springs Chicken
Oh, I
before
love
that
that.
game, and I had a buddy in town from Atlanta, and Leighton started just wailing, and so it was time for Bethany and Leighton to get up and get out.
I knew it was going to be Bethany.
Well, I mean, but
knew it was going to be Bethany.
But if
that
it was
left with
Bethany's
it.
friend that was in town,
Right,
LT would have gone. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
It was my friend in town.
Right.
So she packed up, went home. I brought her dinner, and that was it.
Rubbed her feet, watched the game.
Live action series about the origin of King Kong is in early development at Disney Plus.
Yes.
It's been confirmed by Variety. Now, the series would be a serialized drama that would explore Kong's origins as well as the mysteries of his home, Skull Island. Now, the series will be based on the original King Kong written by Marion Cooper as well as novels by artist Joe DeVito. Now, they are producing this in conjunction with Cooper's estate. This marks the second live-action show about iconic movie monsters set up on a streaming service. Apple currently prepping a series about Godzilla and the Titans with Kurt Russell and his son Wyatt Russell recently announced as stars. I don't really care about either one.
Yeah,
of
I'll
these.
never watch any of these.
As a kid, I would have loved it.
King Kong's always been overrated for me. Never interested.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Not one,
King
ever.
Kong and Godzilla never
Ever.
did anything
The
for me.
1976 Jeff Bridges, Sybil Shepherd, Charles Grodin.
Oh, it was Jessica Lange.
Jessica Lange. Beautiful Jessica Lange back in the day. I actually went and saw that at the Alabama Theater. As a kid, it wasn't a bad movie.
I'm Godzilla too. Never interested.
Neither one of those ever did it for me.
How about this? Scientists in the U.S. who attached tracking devices to invasive pythons in order to observe their behavior have found the gadget inside totally different snakes now.
Oh, wow.
Oh, so this snake is eating the python?
So you can see here, this is the coiled up version of a smaller python in a cottonmouth.
Yeah.
Oh, so a cottonmouth ate a python.
Yeah.
I would have taken the python.
A
in that
smaller
one.
python, not like I think it was a baby.
Yeah.
I saw two cottonmouths fighting the other day.
Did you really? Where?
Oh, was it
You
the
did
video on
not give
Twitter?
me my money back.
It
I
might have
did
been.
too. And no, you did
Veterans?
not.
But they were big
Veterans?
cottonmouths.
No, it wasn't
What
out in the wild. You saw it on Twitter.
I saw it
or
on
something.
Twitter.
Yeah,
Oh,
it was a video.
I
Now-
thought you saw it yourself.
These researchers implanted radio transmitters inside of the baby Burmese pythons, which have been captured from national parks in Florida, then re-released. When they returned to the forest to find one of the Burmese pythons, they instead found a fully grown pit viper known as a Florida cottonmouth.
I don't guess I knew. I mean, I guess it makes sense, but I don't guess I thought of snakes eating other snakes. I just thought they ate other stuff.
But look at that, man. Even the X-ray, that thing's scary as heck.
Look,
Oh,
snakes,
gosh,
snakes
yes.
are just pure evil.
They
Snake
really are.
heads are just, my God, looks like an arrowhead.
I mean, as I always point out, Satan could have picked any animal.
Yep.
Right there in the Garden of Eden, what did he show up as?
The snake.
The old snake. Yep.
Weird story here. A woman has filed a sexual assault lawsuit against former Saturday Night Live Horatio Sands. She's also accused Jimmy Fallon of enabling the alleged abuse. Have you guys heard this story?
I have not heard this story, no.
Now,
I've not thought of Horatio Sands in a very long time.
A woman identified under the pseudonym Jane Doe has alleged that Sands sexually assaulted her at a Saturday Night Live after party in 2002 when she was 17 years old. She's now seeking to add Fallon as a defendant for allegedly enabling Sands' misconduct, according to Variety. Now, in her complaint...
You know why? Because Jimmy's got the money.
Jane describes regularly attending SNL after parties, being served alcohol, even though it was common knowledge she was underage. She alleges she was groomed by Sands online beginning when she was 16 after launching a SNL fan website. At the age of 17, Jane claims she was invited to an after party in 2002 where sex workers allegedly hired by Tracy Morgan or NBC were present.
Put them all on blast.
And or NBC.
Yeah. And at one point, when Sands had his arm around Jane, Fallon hugged the two of them together, saying, "Oh, you guys," according to the complaint. Later that night, Jane alleges that Sands sexually assaulted her in full view of party onlookers. Most of the NL cast was present for the party, she claims, and she alleges Fallon was aware of Sands' online grooming efforts as he was of his in-person conduct. Jane also describes drinking alcohol with Fallon, who says he remarked, "You've got a few years before you graduate high school." Jane is also seeking to add Morgan and SNL creator Lorne Michaels as defendants.
More money.
Looking for $7.5 million.
Okay. We'll see how that plays out.
Yeah. Okay, so here are some pictures to show the true scale of things. Gotta love this. First one, we're going to look at a polar bear's paw.
Okay.
These are not the Coca-Cola creatures.
Well, the
creatures that Coke
Okay.
portrays
Wow.
them.
That's
Holy crap.
2 human hands and 1 polar bear paw.
And the human hands are dwarfed in comparison to the polar bear paw.
It's kind of scary, isn't it?
I bet Baumhauer could give it a run.
I mean, again, I say this. Unfortunately, Disney and Coke and people like that have they've taken vicious animals and made them more appealing, like the hippo. The hippo's a cold-blooded killer. The polar bear is too. Polar bear kill you in an instant.
Yeah, most of your kids would go up to the polar bear and try to pet it.
Oh yeah. Handed a soft drink.
God, can you imagine that thing hitting you?
I mean, it's one hit, Lance. You're done.
Dead.
Yeah, you're done. My word.
Okay, let's look at the eagle's claw.
I mean, picks up rather large fish.
Holy crap!
You don't think that could grab Angus?
No, 100%.
That could grab me.
I told our girl Brittany that Bama was in trouble the other day just walking around.
Yep. I mean, look at the talons on that thing. Is that the right word?
Yep.
Yeah.
You're right.
And that comes together, it just completely punctures you.
Oh, no doubt. I mean, you are done at that point.
Now this next one.
I mean, we're lucky they don't make a run at us.
Okay, tell me what a coconut crab is, or show me.
It's a crab, but once you see it, it would freak you out if you went to your garbage can and you saw this.
Oh my gosh!
Shut up, Rockstar.
What in the hell?
That is not a real
crap.
picture. That is not a real
totally
picture.
real.
Rockstar.
That's out of a sci-fi movie.
I mean, it's probably harmless, but it would scare the what out
Oh
of
my
it.
god!
Holy crap! Well, those crab claws would be good. Look how big those things are, though.
Okay, give me a traffic light. One of these things falls while you're driving down the road in your car and happens to hit.
Oh my god!
You never
got a
really
problem.
notice the true scale of it because it's high up in the. It's just crazy
I mean,
how big it is.
it's almost as tall as Lori Ray.
And I bet that thing weighs 200 pounds.
Oh, probably so.
New rock block coming up right now.
Give me the
Classic
giant
cafe.
wolf.
The giant wolf?
Yeah.
Oh my
Well, they
god!
say
That
they
looks
never give you
photoshopped.
scale because it's not every.
That's like a dire wolf from
Yeah.
Game of Thrones.
Yeah, well, they say when wolves in movies, there's always Siberian Huskies, and the wolves are much bigger than Siberian Huskies.
My gosh, could you imagine that thing tracking you down?
Oof.
Yeah, these are just not tiny people. That's a normal-sized woman, right?
Yeah.
Yes.
Give me a giant boar. Our friends Chico and Chief were chased by these one
Yeah,
night.
I've seen some of these.
No, I have
Bill.
seen these in real life. And
He's
that
hungry.
is
That
is
is a
legit.
big
I
boar.
have seen this in real life.
Oh my God!
Yeah.
Looks like Brett Bielema in skinny jeans.
It really does.
And that's exactly the picture of them running around farms at my buddy Johnny Orr's farm when we may or may not have had an automatic gun to take them down.
Well, I think you're going to
big
need
gauge
one.
on that one.
That's the way they run around. I mean, there's 1 or 2 huge ones, and then there's the next size, next size, next size, next
Well,
size.
the ones that are that big, I mean, they're damaging to the ecosystem. Like they
all are.
completely screw
Now,
it
is
up.
They
that
all are.
bamboo or weed back there?
Well, that's a good question, Lance. I think it's bamboo.
And finally, Wheel of Fortune.
What is this? How big the wheel is?
It just looks a lot smaller than you think it would be.
No, I would agree. They make it look bigger on TV. I've actually heard this, that when you see the wheel in person, it's very underwhelming.
Yeah, but aren't there two wheels? Aren't there one where Vanna is, and that's the one the contestants look at right there?
No,
underneath?
she just has
Vanna's
the
got
light
the
up.
letters.
She's just got the letters.
Oh,
and she's
yeah.
like 50 feet away.
Oh, yeah.
That's why she looks so good, because you never see her.
Yeah, but they're able to make it look bigger because they have the camera shot on it, so they're able to make that box with the camera bigger.
Yeah, the wheel much smaller than you would think, I've heard.
Yeah. They do. I've always pictured them being more spread out, but they're standing a lot closer to each other than I thought.
Yeah, I think that camera angle
That's
changed.
pre-COVID.
Yeah. Look at that. All right. That's Trash Today, brought to you by.
Hey, mortgage rates have risen, and market experts project more increases before year end. If you've been looking to purchase or refinance a home, now is the time to act. With Mortgage Right's Lock and Shop program, you can lock in an interest rate while shopping for a home and before rates rise again. With a speedy pre-approval process, flexible down payment assistance program, and a variety of loan products, Mortgage Right can get you into the home of your dreams before rates rise to unimaginable highs. They have the tools, information, and expert help to make home ownership happen. Call Mortgage Right locally, 205-815-9200, or visit mortgageright.com/TNR.
Patrick thanks us for Animal Thunderdome today.
It's scary, man.
Scary stuff. I'm afraid to go outside now. Yeah. I mean, the eagle. Why are they not trying to take us home at this point?
Because I think we killed them for a while. They were endangered. Are they still endangered, bald eagles?
I don't know if they're endangered, but they're an apex predator,
Yeah.
and you can see why.
I'll keep my eye in Auburn pregame from now on where that thing's flying. Make sure that thing's not coming section 222.
If you're not a piece of meat at the end of a leash, you're not going to get eaten. He's got that at 50.
This hour is always brought to you by our friends at Champy's World Famous Fried Chicken, ready for your tailgate, whether you're going to Auburn, UAB, Alabama, or your local high school game tonight and tomorrow night. Champy'sChicken.com, Highway 119 in Alabaster. Go by and see Sterling. He'll have you ready all football season long with the best food ordered in advance. Champy'sChicken.com.
Follow Brownie on Twitter and Instagram at Ryan Brown Live.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
IV therapy, B12 injections, cryotherapy, and compression therapy all under one roof. It's our friends at Hydra Live Therapy. IV therapy treatments are packed with nutrients to increase energy, reduce stress and anxiety, and boost your immune system, and more. If you mention the next round at checkout, save 20% off any service. You can join the IV League today. Members are rewarded with deep discounts. Make sure you ask about that. Hydra Life Therapy open 7 days a week. Homewood, Tuscaloosa, and coming soon to Greystone. Stop by the New York Butcher Shop and pick up the finest in certified Angus prime beef steaks and burgers, premium pork chops, ribs, and all-natural chicken cut to order just for you. Their chef-prepared entrees and side dishes are the perfect dinner-to-go choice for your family and are ready to heat at home. With a great selection of fine wines and desserts, the New York Butcher Shop is your one-stop dinner shop. 2 locations to serve you, Cahaba Heights and on Highway 119 in Greystone. The New York Butcher Shop, rare quality, well-done service.
Things fall apart. There's even a book about it, but that doesn't mean you have to break the bank to fix them. Ryan Brown here for the next round. Our friends at Mortgage Right have a new renovation option that will make repairs and other home improvements easy. If you've recently purchased a home and find yourself short on cash, or you're looking to buy a fixer-upper, Mortgage Right's renovation loan program can help you spruce up your space. Repairs can be made to your roof, plumbing, flooring, and more with the help of top-notch mortgage professionals. So get your fix by visiting mortgageright.com/TNR. In MLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. Stay up to date with the next round at nextroundlive.com. The latest videos from the show, plus podcasts like the Mystery Fifth Hour, Bama and Bourbon, Last Call, and others from the Double Down Media podcast family. You can start your day with the latest college football stories, plus easy to listen to hour-by-hour downloads of the live show. NextRoundLive.com, a great way to stream the show live or shop in the Next Round store. Make NextRoundLive.com your homepage. That's NextRoundLive.com.
You've been wearing that thin, raggedy t-shirt for years now, and people cannot stop whispering and staring in your vicinity. We've all been there. Luckily, there's a solution to your lack of fashion and social cues. At NextRound.store, they have plenty of options when it comes to a variety of shirts and hats. Once you start putting that next round gear on, be prepared to make new lifelong friends and hundreds of unforgettable conversations. Hope you like random high fives in the street, because that's what you're getting after visiting nextround.store.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Summer means cookouts and spending time with the family and friends in the backyard. Ryan Brown here. Nothing can ruin a party like mosquitoes. Wayne's environmentally safe Mosquito Plus solution safely and effectively eliminates mosquitoes. Plus, they provide protection against fleas and ticks, helping keep your outdoor entertainment spaces safe, comfortable, and pest-free for your family and your four-legged family members. Wayne's has turned my backyard oasis into my happy place. They can do the same for you. Give them a call, 866-WAYNES-1, or callwaynes.com.
We're about to climb the mountain again for three more teams, Auburn, Penn State, and Oklahoma, as we look at some win totals and do our three-game sliding scale up the mountains of college football as we kick off the season in less than 48 hours now. Part of the show, though, being brought to you by our friends at the Birmingham Barons. Their season rolls on as their homestands continue. Tonight's Thirsty Thursday, always fun down at Regions Field for that. Thirsty Thursday tonight with all the great beer and food prices that you get there. Tomorrow night will be a blast. Friday fireworks tomorrow night as the Mississippi Braves come to town. You get to see some future Braves in action for the weekend. So the Mississippi Braves are in town. First pitch just after 7 o'clock. Friday fireworks are there. It's also football kickoff night with the Barons. They got mini footballs to give away there, and it's part of the night's benefiting the Salvation Army down there with our friends at the Birmingham Barons tomorrow night. And on Saturday night, our man Lunsford's looking forward to this. It is Marvel Superhero Night down with the Birmingham Barons, where the Barons will actually wear Hulk jerseys in the game. They'll auction that off for charity afterwards. And Iron Man will make an appearance down there as well. And they'll have a Marvel T-shirt giveaway. The first 750 adults, 13 and older, will get a Marvel T-shirt, part of Marvel Night with the Barons, happening Saturday night, all down at Regions Field. Barons.com for details. Barons.com for details. All right, let's climb the mountain. Let's go with the Auburn Tigers up next. We've been doing this throughout the show. Our third group here, LT slots them at 6, which puts the ceiling at 7. I got them at 7. I think they can get to 8, but they make a bowl game. Brownie also goes at 7. Brownie, why do you and I think 7 there?
Well, I mean, it is the absolute best case scenario that gets them to 8. I think that involves a 5-0 start, and then you're 4-4 down the stretch. Or I guess it would be 3-4 down the stretch. 3-4 down the stretch. Listen, I mean, I just maybe I'm being overly optimistic. If TJ Yeldon's your starter, or TJ Finley's your starter at quarterback, or even TJ Yeldon, 8-4 is probably too bold for me. I do think they're going to be a fairly solid defensive team. They've got a really good running back, couple good running backs, but I just 8-4 with TJ Finley as the starter is too bold.
Two things I want to see. One, TJ Finley, the amount of improvement now that it's his team. I mean, he's getting the 1 reps and everything. That will tell me a lot. He can make improvement from one season to the next. He's got to be a lot better. The other thing for them to get to 7 or 8 on my scale is, what does Penn State look like? If Penn State Purdue early on, if Penn State comes out and looks like this is going to be one of those James Franklin years, I think the only other time they were not in the top 25 in preseason, I think they won the Big Ten that year. So if it's going to be that type of Penn State team, they can't get to the top end of my number if Penn State, if that's not a win for Auburn.
I think Penn State's going to be pretty good.
Yeah, some people have said that.
LSU is not going to be an easy game. I mean, we go back to last year. That was a great game. It was on SportsCenter this morning for whatever reason, and they were showing Bo Nix that incredible play to Fromm in the back of the end zone where he just
scrambles for days.
Yeah, backyard Bo. It's such a weird schedule to open with 5 consecutive home games.
I know. It is very odd.
Yep.
I think
which can wear on you late.
I think Auburn and Ohio State are the only teams that do that. I think Auburn and Ohio State, if I'm not mistaken, are the only 2 teams in the country that open with 5 consecutive home games.
Yeah, I just think with Finley at quarterback, the inconsistencies, Penn State, Missouri, LSU, you're going to lose one of those games. So I think they start 4-1, and I think it's difficult down the stretch.
Speaking of Penn State, let's climb the mountain with our Penn State win total. Again, this is in the middle of the scale. LT slides in at 7, meaning he thinks their ceiling is 8. I think Penn State can get to 9. A little low number for you and Brown there. You just said you thought Penn State could be pretty good this year.
Yeah, but I do still pretty good. 8 or maybe 9 wins is the ceiling for me. I probably should have gone 8 here. Purdue is such a swing game. I mean,
really is.
They've got 2 huge swing games early. Road games against Purdue and Auburn. They're going to win their other 3 games. If they just get one of those, start out 4-1, they go to Michigan. I don't see them winning that game.
Michigan, Minnesota, Ohio State, 3 straight games. Those are tough games for them. Yeah, they get 2 of them at home though. Minnesota and Ohio State.
And then Oklahoma. This is one of those teams you just don't know what you're going to get this year because of the coaching change and you got a new quarterback. We're fans of Dylan Gabriel. Let's see how big of a fan LT is of Dylan Gabriel. Gets to 9, so 10's the ceiling there. Where do I go? 10. I think they can get to 11. I mean, I believe in Levy and Gabriel. And Brownie's right there at 10 as well. Same thing, right? A lot of talent.
Yeah.
They lost a lot, but they brought in some talent as well.
I mean, I think you've got to allow for 11-1 with Oklahoma. That's why I went where I did at 10. I think really a swing game in that, and we'll know a little bit more about this Saturday, is that road trip to Nebraska. Because that's going to be their difference in either being undefeated non-conference or taking that non-conference L, is whether or not they can win at Nebraska. It was a tight game in Norman last year.
I saw somebody today, I think it was Chris Felica, had a good value as Dylan Gabriel at 30-1 to win the Heisman Trophy. And, the more you think about this, him working with Levy, him being around true talent, a team that won 11 games last year, he could put up some big numbers.
I wish they had bets on just being not to win the Heisman, but just to be in New York, because I could see Gabriel being in New York.
Yeah, I could too, especially if they win the Big 12, make a run at college football playoff.
Just don't see him winning the Heisman Trophy over C.J. Stroud or Will Anderson or somebody like that. All right, we'll do a couple of more little files of 3 later on in the final hour of the show. Buster Olney is coming up next to talk to us about the Braves as they continue to show off different ways of winning games. And one of the more interesting races going on in baseball involving Albert Pujols and the number. I mean, everybody's talking about Pujols and the way he is finishing up his career with St. Louis. All that's coming up with Buster Olney, part of the show being brought to you by the great folks at the University of Montevallo. If you're looking for a great place for your son or daughter to head off to school, when it's time for them to start visiting campuses, remember the name Montevallo, the University of Montevallo, montevallo.edu. Great class sizes. That's going to help your son or daughter academically. A beautiful campus, according to Southern Living. See it for yourself in person. Go take a visit right there at montevallo.edu. Montevallo.edu. We're back in a moment.
Follow Dunaway on Twitter and Instagram at Jim Dunaway.
Banking is not just about your money. It's about you. It's about getting help with what you need when you need it. Ryan Brown here from The Next Round. AmFirst was founded for members like you, and they've been putting those members first since 1936. Putting you first means service that grows and changes with the times to serve you better. Now every bank has their own app, but that's just it. It's theirs, not yours. The AmFirst app was made for you, so it's easy to pay bills, deposit checks, or transfer money to friends and family from anywhere. It's even customizable, which means you can personalize your dashboard, create usage alerts, and redeem points for rewards that will make you feel like the #1 priority you are. And you can do it all on your own time. So what are you waiting for? Get the app made for you from AmFirst. Visit any AmFirst location or amfirst.org today. America's first federal credit union is federally insured by the NCUA.
At ERA King Real Estate, they're empowered by technology and driven by community. They have the most extensive training and the most innovative tools in the business. And they've now opened their 10th office location in Central Alabama. To find your agent in your neighborhood, text the word MOVE, M-O-V-E, to 35620. That's MOVE to 35620. In this crazy market, depend on a neighborhood friend. ERA King Real Estate, growing to serve you.
There are so many things I love about Walk-Ons. Authentic, mouth-watering Louisiana cuisine prepared fresh daily from scratch. A great beer selection and TVs everywhere to watch the big game every day of the week. And of course, they've got 2 great locations on Highway 280 and 119 and at Hoover near the Hoover Met. Walk-Ons is also a great place for happy hour, 2 to 6 Monday through Friday with $5 moonshine swirls, $5 house pours, and half-price appetizers. And it's an easy take-home experience for the family as well. Highway 280 and Hoover with Walk-Ons. There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland. And our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round hosts a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation, while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, presented by Redmont Vodka. LT has in-depth conversations with personalities like Clay Travis and Taylor Hicks. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple and Spotify. And remember to like and subscribe.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
Excelsior Ambulance Service is veteran-owned and contracted and has moved into the Birmingham area. Excelsior is currently hiring all levels, drivers, EMT, advanced EMT, paramedics, and dispatchers, and will meter match pay according to the level and experience. Apply now at ExcelsiorAMB.com. Sign-on bonuses, 11 paid federal holidays, benefits packages, and education advancements are available. Excelsior Ambulance teams are staffed by some of the most experienced paramedics and EMTs in the South. ExcelsiorAMB.com. That's ExcelsiorAMB.com.
Jim Dunaway, Lance Taylor, Ryan Brown, and Rockstar. Live from the Birmingham Racecourse Casino Studios, the next round, presented by Bud Light, is on now.
Live baseball in a second. I'll be watching it once we're done here in an hour. Angels and Rays in Tampa. Gets the day's slate going in baseball in Tampa right now.
More people in this studio or that stadium for first pitch?
For an afternoon game in Tampa today, we've got 10 people here.
Yeah, there'll be more people here.
Yeah.
I think. Yep.
There, if it's T-shirt day, there'll be a few leftover T-shirts at the gate today. You can take 2 home. Looking forward to that. Let's talk a little baseball right now.
All right, our guy Buster Olney, ESPN, joins us each week courtesy of ATIX, AAATIX.com, 822-7382. College football kicking off this weekend, so you know you're going to need those tickets to games. Remaining Braves games, including the postseason. ATIX is your place to go. AAATIX.com, 822-7382. What's up, Buster? How are you?
I'm doing great. I'm actually in Albany, New York, sitting in a parking lot of a Home Depot, getting ready to talk to you guys. The back end of my vacation.
Oh, that doesn't. Home Depot does not sound like vacation, Buster. What about vacation as Home Depot?
No, I pulled off into the parking lot trying to find the best place where I could talk to you guys.
I got you. I'll start with a listener / viewer question. Andrew asked if we could ask you, and you may not know how this is calculated. I get it if you do not. But he says ESPN has 7 NL teams with greater than a 50% chance of making the playoffs. He said there were 7 in the AL too until a few days ago. It's down to 6. Do you know how they calculate that, why they would say that? And I don't know why it's bothersome to him.
Yeah, and it's math, and there's a lot of I don't know exactly what goes into that formula. I'm fascinated by those numbers, and clearly there are, as part of the algorithms that ESPN does and Fangraphs do, they value things that maybe they shouldn't be valuing sometimes. For example, all summer, and I think to this moment, the Red Sox are considered to be to have a better chance to make the playoffs than the Baltimore Orioles. Okay. In the face of all the information, sometimes, where they put the teams, it kind of makes you shake your head a little bit. I actually, for example, today I tweeted out the chances for winning the World Series. I think they have the Braves either 4th or 5th. I'm looking at them saying, no. That is a top 3 team. You could easily see the Braves at this point being a threat to go back-to-back. First team since the 98-2000 Yankees.
Buster, good news, bad news for the Dodgers this week. Bad news, obviously, Walker Buehler. The good news, Dustin May comes back and looked pretty dominant in his 5 innings he threw against the Marlins. Give me the future on both of those guys for the Dodgers.
Yeah, and I talked to Walker a couple weeks ago when we had the Dodgers on Sunday Night Baseball. And, you open up with the usual question, how you feeling? And you could tell in his answer he wasn't feeling great. This will be his second Tommy John. And it's very interesting because the first one that he had, guys, was back in 2015. What I've been told by a number of surgeons is that the warranty, so to speak, on a Tommy John surgery is about 7 years. Well, that's where we are. 7 years later, he needs a tune-up. The question's going to be on his Tommy John surgery, the holes that they have to dig in order to reestablish that his elbow and to keep the structure intact. How well will that catch? You guys have seen Nathan Eovaldi. He had a second Tommy John surgery. His best years have been since that happened. So you can come back and be strong, and maybe that's what happens with Walker. Dustin May was ridiculous. I thought, his stuff, you're right. If you're the Dodgers and you're seeing a guy, with that kind of veer on his slider, you're feeling like this guy's going to be a weapon down the stretch. Look, the greatness of the Dodgers is built around their depth, where it feels like it doesn't matter who goes out, Clayton Kershaw, Walker Buehler. There are always guys stepping in. And if you see how they've been playing, too, especially their offense, they have a chance to obliterate the run differential of the 98 Yankees, which was plus 309, a team that won 125 games that year. The Dodgers team this year feels like they're going to finish at about plus 350 because of how their offense has been dominant of late.
Over on TV5 over here, I saw a look in as the Rays were warming up, and Tyler Glasnow was throwing around. And I got a little excited as a Tampa fan. I was not expecting him back this year, and he looked fantastic tossing the ball with a cut-up T-shirt on. Is he close to coming back? Are they going to get him back this year, you think?
I think there's a chance. I would say that it's amazing. First off, they talk about someone having a Tommy John surgery. It's about 15 months, it feels like, recovery time before someone can be in play. But along the way, you can have setbacks. You can have, a situation where guy's feeling great and then he throws and it doesn't feel so good. I think that Tyler, and I've read the quotes from him, seen some of the video of him throwing to hitters this week. He looks great. Like, you could see him being a factor down the stretch. Now, is there time enough to build up a pitch count where he could, give you 80, 90 pitches in a playoff game? I don't know. But if I can get 30 pitches of Tyler Glasnow, I'm taking it, especially with given what we saw just before he broke down.
ESPN's Buster Olney, presented by ATIX, AAATix.com, 822-7382 for all your tickets for the upcoming football season and the Braves run to the playoffs. There he's on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. Would you be willing to say this is the last time we'll ever see a player challenge 700 home runs for a career?
Boy, I don't know. Yeah, I would say that's a reasonable expectation, with the caveat being we don't know the direction of where baseball is going to be in performance-enhancing drugs. Like, if you told me in 40 years that you had a bunch of players taking HGH and extending their careers with steroids because that's more commonplace, that wouldn't shock me. And maybe guys have more opportunities to do it. The funny thing with Albert Pujols is, of course, nobody thought he had a chance of doing that. When he was released by the Angels last year, I thought his career was over. And I called around to different teams and asked the question, how are you feeling about Albert? And they were all saying the same thing. He looks cooked, can't hit a fastball. Well, leave it to the Dodgers to find the one role and give Albert the one role that he can be good at now, and that is to hit against left-handed pitchers. And so with the success with the Dodgers last year, how he's doing with the Cardinals this year, guys, he's rewritten his final chapter. If he had retired right after the Angels released him, we would have talked about Albert. Well, it's too bad. He had a slow fade to his career. He was an ineffective player. Now this year, with all that he's doing with the Cardinals, the big show he put on at the Home Run Derby, it's more of a fitting end to a guy who should be an Inner Circle Hall of Famer.
I know the Yankees have won 3 consecutive games, and that 2-game sweep of the Mets was big. But if you're a Yankees fan, how concerned are you right now?
I'd put it at about a 7 at this point. The good thing is, as you say, I mean, they won a couple games against the Mets. They played better against Toronto. Giancarlo Stanton's coming back. And I know folks within the Yankees organization feel that's a big deal. And their bullpen has been a mess. But here's the thing. It does feel like that the Yankees have enough weapons in that bullpen to sort it out. There's still time with 5 weeks to go in the season where they can figure out who can be effective in what role. I don't think Aroldis Chapman's going to close for them anymore. I think they're just not going to want to keep him in that role. I think they are confident that they can get Clay Holmes right again. Jonathan Loaizaga finished up a game against the Mets the other day. It looks like he's rounding into form. And anybody who remembers the Nationals in 2019 knows how quickly you can turn around a bullpen. They went from having the worst bullpen in baseball that year to dogpiling at the end of winning the World Series with Daniel Hudson being so good. So I know internally that the Yankees feel better than probably Yankee fans do right now. But I think Yankee fans are going to want to see a little bit more with Stanton back in the lineup before they start to feel confident again.
Who are the 1, 2, 3 historic figures that sort of set the table for the closers we see now? It's Raleigh Finger's birthday today, and I was wondering if he's 1, 2, or 3 on your list of the guys who sort of set the table to get that closer role to be what it is nowadays.
There's no doubt. I think he was absolutely, because before that, you had guys who were quote unquote late inning relievers, but they didn't have a specialized role in the way that they did once Fingers began to come in and finish games in the 7th and 8th inning. Now, Goose Gossage will tell you, closers of today don't have the same responsibility that closers of his era, but Raleigh Fingers was the first. Then for me, Bruce Sutter was like the second, because he became the 1-inning guy. You'd wind him up like a wind-up toy. He'd come in and throw that splitter, dominate hitters, and get out. And then, of course, you got to put Rivera in there because he's the greatest of all time. He's kind of like, for relievers, Mariano Rivera is the way Jerry Rice is for wide receivers. Like, he's far and away the greatest of all time. So those would be my 3.
All right, he is ESPN's Buster Olney. Are you on the game Sunday night? You say you're wrapping up vacation. I don't want to put you somewhere where you're not. Okay.
Yeah, I'm flying to St. Louis tomorrow. We've got the Braves. We've got the Cardinals. We're going to talk all kinds of stuff on our broadcast, I think, about how good the Braves look right now. They potentially could have the top 3 candidates for Rookie of the Year, and I'm excited about this. We got Austin Riley. It looks like he's going to wear the mic for us during the course of the game.
Oh, such a good guy. He comes on our show. That's a good dude. Yeah,
fantastic. Yeah. All right, so that is 6 o'clock ESPN Sunday night, Braves Cardinals. Buster and the crew will be there. Thank you, Buster. We appreciate the time as always.
Thanks, guys.
All right, buddy. Take care. ESPN's Buster Olney with us, courtesy of ATIX. He was on the JohnstonRVCenter.com hotline. But as the season unfolds in college football, you're going to need those football tickets. ATIX is the place to go. AAATix.com. That is AAATix.com or 822-7382. Steve and Dan will take great care of you. Make sure you get good, legitimate tickets. Don't get taken advantage of. You can get them at a great price at ATIX, AAATix.com.
Another birthday today. Tim Burton, 64. Anybody like his work?
Nope.
I do.
He's hit or miss with me.
Yeah, it kind of hit or miss. I mean, Edward Scissorhands was really good. Beetlejuice was really good.
Pee-wee's Big Adventure was his first film.
Yeah.
I like that when I was growing up.
He's a very scary guy. If you watch Pee-wee's Big Adventure, you think, as a kid, that is a scary movie.
It really is, yeah.
Am I right that quarterback in game of the century in Tuscaloosa, LSU, and Alabama for LSU was Jordan Jefferson? Is that right?
I think it was.
That
It was
sounds
either
right.
he or Jarrett Lee, right?
Yeah.
32 years old today, Jordan Jefferson.
Wow.
That's how long ago that was.
I know
now.
he was the QB in the national championship game because they couldn't get it across midfield.
Yeah.
Yeah.
32 now, Jordan Jefferson.
Well, that's believable. That was 11 years ago.
I know.
it's
It
crazy.
now those guys are middle-aged that played in that game, and we're still young. It's fantastic. Rockstar's got our 4 downs when we come back, and later on, Arkansas, South Carolina, Iowa, BYU, Oregon, and Texas A&M climbed the mountain of our win total journey on Cliffhanger. All that's coming up. That's our Michelson Look Ahead today, brought to you by the great folks at Michelson.
Yeah, make that phone call today. Find out if LASIK is right for you. One simple phone call. You can schedule a hassle-free consultation, 969-8100. Ask for Amy. Tell her the next round sent you. She will hook you up with a hassle-free consultation. Nothing to lose to find out if LASIK is right for you. Again, if you wear the contacts or eyeglasses, you're wasting money each and every year. I'm speaking from experience. I had 20/200 vision. I was legally blind without the aid of contacts. Now 20/15 vision, better than 20/20. Make the call today, 969-8100, or online, michelsonlaservision.com.
Call the next round now at 205-734-0923.
Culver's could have only started in Wisconsin. Just ask our team member Marcus.
Let's just say you can't take America's Dairyland out of Culver's. Like the real Wisconsin cheese on our juicy butter burgers, the farm fresh dairy in our fresh frozen custard, even our crispy golden Wisconsin cheese curds. It may sound cheesy, but we love where we come from at Culver's.
Almost as much as we love sharing it with our guests. Welcome to Delicious.
Holly Mack Wilson just sold the Johnsons a new home. Not a house, a home. She helped them put a swing in the backyard, helped move the grill to the back patio, and watched as the Johnsons put their great-grandmother's piano in the foyer. A house is a dwelling. A home is a place filled with love and memories. Call Holly Mack Wilson, your Tuscaloosa Keller Williams Realtor, 205-901-9446, or check out our website, hollymackhomes.com, and let Holly Mack Wilson help you find your dream home where you can make your own memories.
If you're looking for a fun golf atmosphere that is laid back with a peaceful environment, the Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280, is perfect for you. Just a short drive from Birmingham, this 18-hole, 200-acre track with rolling fairways and ample greens is the definition of peacefulness of the country just miles from the city. Enjoy a great lunch before your round and a cocktail on the wraparound porch after 18. Come see us today. The Meadows Golf Course in Harpersville, right off of Highway 280. Hey, Lance Taylor from the next round. You've heard me for years talk about our friends at Bromberg's Jewelers, and we welcome you to stop by and see that great customer service at the Mountain Brook and Summit locations. But we'd also love for you to check out their new online shop. They've got plenty to choose from. Great gifts, big and small. Available online, they've got David Yurman, Tudor watches, select diamond and gemstone jewelry, William Henry, seasonal and favorite giftware items, and baby gifts as well. They've even got an online sale section. For more information, Brombergs.com.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round, Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com. There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
We continue on the next round. About to do Rockstar's 4 Downs in just one moment. Don't forget, if you're watching us on YouTube, go hit the thumbs up button yet again. If you haven't done that already, also subscribe, set your alerts while you're there. Before we get to 4 Downs LT, Bromberg's bringing us part of the show.
Hey, nothing like giving or getting that silver box from our friends at Bromberg's. Remember, they're your diamond specialist. If you're thinking about popping the question, go see our friends at Bromberg's. Family owned and operated since 1836. Bromberg's has established such solid reputation as a fine purveyor of quality diamonds as well as jewelry, timepieces, and gifts. 2 locations. Go see our friends, Mountain Brook and the Summit. You could also shop online, brombergs.com.
Again, South Carolina looking to rename their mascot. No longer is it Sir Big Spur. Last segment of the show, we'll throw out some possible names, but the state doing the poll, and Cock Commander is leading the way in the paper there, and it is trending 60. I mean, this is from the state, and Nicole Auerbach's retweeting it. Cock Commander right now with 69% of the vote.
Never let the public pick your name. Never let the public pick the name.
Don't get lost on the actual percentage points either of 69% of the vote right now.
It's going to change, I'm sure.
Cluck Norris is there.
That's fantastic.
Yeah.
There was one more somebody said in the chat room. I can't find it.
Or Cooper, as they're saying there. Yeah.
Marco Pollo. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Instead of Pollo.
Yeah.
Is that the way you say it in Spanish? Pollo?
Pollo.
A Pollo Loco?
Pollo Loco.
Yeah. It's what my wife gets at a Mexican restaurant. Pollo Loco.
It's a great dish.
It is a good dish.
All right. So that vote's going on at the state there. I don't think they're bound by that vote though. I don't think, right?
I don't know if you ask for the people to vote. I don't know if I think the state's doing the voting. I don't think South Carolina is.
I think they could trump it.
Jay says he'll give a thumbs up if I show a little leg. Scott?
What?
G says he gives a thumbs up if I'll show a little leg.
Oh, that's enough.
Time for 4 Downs now. It's brought to you by our friends at Vulcan Tires. Rockstar has them on this Thursday. 5 great locations.
Yeah, 4 right now, soon to be that 5th in Pell City. Make sure you get a look at the brake pads, wheel alignment, tires, and more. They can do it bumper to bumper for you and your family. For more information, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
First down.
What common household chore do you absolutely despise doing?
I don't like doing any of them, but folding clothes is probably the worst.
I'm okay with folding clothes. I'll be more specific, though. Folding the whites. I hate folding the whites.
They're nice
folding
people,
the
though.
sheets.
Like the towels?
No, I'm okay with the towels. They're easy. The
fitted
darks
sheet is always a disaster. I just do that.
Yeah, I can't do a fitted sheet. My wife can. The darks are easy. The whites are the worst because you got to pair up socks. You got to fold the underwear. I just do not like folding the whites. The darks I can fold just like that.
Yeah, but see, I wash, everything. I do my own laundry. I wash everything together.
Yeah, see,
everything's always
the
cold.
darks and the whites. Yeah.
I wash them all together, and so I'm big basket, and I start I throw socks. I use my master bedroom. Throw socks and underwear into one pile. Then I go shorts, pants, t-shirts, short sleeve, whatever goes on a hanger. And then that's how I do it. So then it's all over there. So it's easy to pair up when they're all over there. I don't try to
hate doing
fish
the
through it
whites.
all and pair it up.
So is y'all's the same? I mean, I know yours was folding the whites.
I don't
Is
like
that
folding at all. Yeah, I don't mind washing and then throwing it into the dryer, pulling it out of the dryer, and actually hanging it up.
I mean, my wife will tell you the amount of times I do it is very, very low. That's by her choice, by the way. I'm not being a horrible husband. She likes it done a certain way, so she's just like, just let me do it.
Old school. I like it.
For me, it's the shower and the tubs. Shower and the tubs. I'm okay with the toilet, brush, small area of space, but continuing to keep the shower where you don't have some of the buildup.
The whole mildew.
Oh, can't stand it.
Are you the only one who
stand it.
uses the shower? Does Maggie take baths? It's a very personal question.
She does take baths,
Okay.
but only on special occasions. It's mostly a shower family. Yes.
Mostly a shower family.
Yeah.
Second down.
Realtors tell you not to do this. We're considering redoing our bathroom. If you would like to sponsor that, nextroundlive.com, hit me up. I'd like to take my tub out of the master bathroom. It would lay our bathroom out better, and I'd like to go bigger on the shower. Some realtors say do not take a tub out. I don't know anybody that uses. I shouldn't say I don't know anybody that uses tubs. Most people don't use a tub, I don't think, anymore.
Well,
I
tubs
wish-
for, speaking of which, babies.
Well, yeah, but
Children.
there are other tubs in the house. This
Okay.
would just be in the master.
Yeah, I do not. I don't like the one that is built in. I want a freestanding tub in my next place.
Yeah, the clawfoot tub.
Yeah.
Those are pretty cool. But
That's what we'll go with, but nobody's going to use it.
right, and I mean, I've got a pretty big tub with the jet.
I do too.
things, and I never use it.
You have to clean the heck out of those jet things too. If you do want to use them.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Well,
Rice.
Thank you,
Second.
Terry. We do have a squeegee in our shower.
Yeah.
It's still no fun.
Second down.
What is something that is hated for no reason?
I've said this before because I think you've asked this question. It's Nickelback.
Probably. Yeah. Creed and Nickelback.
Yeah. Well, I was just going to go country music or new country music as a whole. A lot of people just hate new country music because they like the old stuff. I don't know why you can't like both. I like both. I mean, I hear new songs I really, really like. There's a new group called Lanco, Lanco. I can't remember the song they sang, but I heard it the other day. I was like, ooh, I really like that. And then I like some of the classic stuff. Why can't you like both?
God, I heard when I was at the Floribama a song called, I hadn't heard any of this new country, but it was called A Beer Don't Bitch.
Yeah. Well, does
Sure as hell don't.
Have you ever heard this song?
I haven't heard that song. No. There's like a cold beer never
don't
let me
bitch.
down. I like that. That's a good one.
I think we should just write country music.
Well, I did that one. I've never had a beer as cold as you.
Yeah.
Third down.
What food do you swear people only pretend to like?
Caviar.
Oh my God.
Have you ever had
Caviar
it?
is a good one.
Have you ever had it?
It's fishy.
I have not. I've had escargot, which wasn't bad.
So you've eaten
but
snails.
I've eaten snails.
Interesting.
Well, because I lost a bet, and it wasn't because of that. It's
If you lose this bet, you have to eat escargot.
every year when we go to Atlanta for the SEC championship, me and my buddy Mike Mondelli, we bet on the game, and for whatever reason, it's just a dinner payoff. But he is such a dick, and he runs up the tab like the most expensive wines, ordering escargot.
Yep. I love my deli ordering escargot. He doesn't even want it. It's
so
just expensive.
ridiculous.
Yeah.
People are saying Brussels sprouts. Come on, man. Brussels sprouts are fantastic.
They're
Yeah.
great, but they smell like farts when you're cooking them. That's the problem.
You've got to do it the right way.
Yeah.
You've got to put that vinaigrette or the darker sauce
The
on.
balsamic vinegar.
Yeah.
We don't. We just
Awesome.
roll them in olive oil and sea salt and crushed black pepper on ours, and that's all we do. Love those.
I think it's best if you cook them on the grill, like if you're grilling a steak. That way your house doesn't smell like farts afterwards, because they do stink when you cook them.
That's not the way ours smell in the house.
Well, you've got
Pumpkin
better
anything, I'm with you, Forrester. And this happened the other day here. Occasionally, I will bring coffee for Forrester. Forrester will bring coffee for me. And he sent me a text. Hey, got you I spent a little extra today. I got you a large pumpkin spice latte. And he sent a picture of the outside of the cup, and I was like, "Oh my God, he's bringing me up. I don't like pumpkin spice latte.
You don't want a PSL?"
So he sets it down on my desk, and it's just sitting there. And I've already got another coffee I'm drinking, and I'm not touching that at all. And then I was like, well, maybe I need to give it a sip. Maybe my taste buds have changed or anything. It's just plain black coffee that I've now almost let get cold. I almost wasted a whole cup of coffee.
Forrester was screwing with you?
He was just joking.
Hilarious.
He says, I thought you knew me better. I don't like anything pumpkin spice. And I was like, how do I tell him that he has wasted $3 on me that I don't like anything pumpkin spice?
Do you not like pumpkin pie, though?
I used to as a kid, but I do not like it now.
I think it's good.
I can eat it usually only on Thanksgiving or Christmas.
Yeah.
And I can't tell pumpkin and sweet potato pie is different. I can't tell that they're any different.
Oh, texture, big time.
The crawfish in a crawfish boil. I think people only pretend to like the crawfish. What they really like is the social aspect of it and all the other stuff in the crawfish boil.
I think there are some dudes like my man Jimmy Anthony can eat about 50 pounds of crawfish.
Yeah.
I've never seen anything like
my
it.
friend Bob
Sucks
Elliott.
the head, everything.
It's just so much. I know, but it's just so much effort for such little payoff.
I agree.
But now everything else in the boil, the corn, the sausage, I love it.
Yep.
I'd eat that all day long.
And I'm hit or miss on oysters. Like I really love the sauce you put on, like the cocktail sauce with the horseradish. You mix it up, make it really hot, and you set that snot ball on a cracker, and you eat that. So I like everything but the oyster, but I eat them because I like all of that. But I make all of that so I don't taste the oyster. I've seen people just out of the shell. No way I could do that.
I'll do you a favor. When you go to the Floribama and go to the yacht club across the street, get the char-grilled oysters. They've got a wide selection of them.
Well, char-grilled is very different.
And I don't know. I think we tried every selection, and I did not have a bad one. I did not have a single bad one. They are fantastic there.
4th down.
Who is on the Mount Rushmore of one-hit wonders? And we'll just do the past 30 years instead of, because there's a lot.
I got
of
a lot of
one-hit wonders.
suggestions. Yeah,
I do too. I got Sinead O'Connor's "Nothing Compares to You."
All right, I'll take it.
That's good.
"Take on Me," Aha.
Yep,
we said that.
Yep.
8675309, Jenny, Tommy Tutone, and "Eye of the Tiger," Survivor.
Yeah.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Well, that is a good one.
Did Survivor have one more hit though?
They had one. Did they not do the other Rocky thing? They did another Rocky thing, did they not?
It couldn't be a hit though. The Knack with My Sharona.
Okay.
As much as I hate this song, Chumbawamba with Tub Thumping.
Tub Thumping.
Did it hit number one, Tub Thumping?
I don't know if it got number one, but
close.
it is their only hit.
This I know was a number one, and to show you its staying power, my 8-year-old daughter is now doing the Macarena.
Yeah, that's the number one for me.
Los Del Rio. I mean, that thing hit number one and stayed there for a long time.
Gundam Style, the side.
Oh, yeah.
That thing was one of the first videos that had over 1 billion views on YouTube.
Yeah. I got a few more. Do you have any?
I have none. Keep going.
I'll do Dunaways. Katrina and the Waves, Walking on Sunshine. It's been in 8,000 movie trailers.
No, Norman Greenbaum, Spirit in the Sky.
It's Spirit in the Sky, too.
Every single movie with space or
That was
flight.
outside of 30
Yeah,
years
Semisonic Closing Time.
Correct. They had Singing in My Sleep. That was another semi-hit.
Now, Friends helped the Rembrandts here, but I'll Be There by the Rembrandts. They didn't do anything else. Verve.
Trip had a good one. Rupert Everett with Pina Colada, the Escape song.
Oh, really? Yeah. Verve, Bittersweet Symphony. I don't think they did anything else.
They had a song called Lucky Man, which is really good.
Bobby McFerrin, Don't Worry.
Be Happy.
Yeah. And then Dunaway's favorite, Dexy's Midnight Riders.
Yep. Come on, Eileen.
Can't stand it.
The Blue Something, Breakfast at Tiffany's. They didn't do anything else, did they?
No, they did not.
I like that song, though.
Yeah. That's 4 downs.
That's 4 downs today, brought to you by the folks at Vulcan Tires.
4 great locations, soon to be a 5th there in Pell City. Anything you need bumper to bumper for you and your family, these guys can handle, locally owned and operated. Fantastic guys. Stop in and see them or go online, vulcantireandauto.com.
All right, Buster, Henry Toa, and Andy Staples all on the show today, all podcasted for you at nextroundlive.com. Show being brought to you in part by our friends at Bud Light. Bud Light Next, 0 carbs, 80 calories. When we come back, we continue our countdown to kickoff with 6 more teams as we sort of give you a riding scale up a mountain on where we think the win totals will land for those teams. That as we roll on today on the Next Round.
All the stories important to us are in one place. Catch the morning rounds each weekday at nextroundlive.com.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who believe only quitters end a game in a tie, the type of guys who choose the bar with the biggest TVs to overcompensate for theirs at home. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
The long hours of summer are great for golf at the Jerry Pate designed Timberline Golf Club. The course is in fantastic condition, and if you don't have time for a round of golf, come use Timberline's TrackMan driving range. You can practice, play games, and play virtual golf all on the practice tee. Come enjoy your day on one of Alabama's top 10 courses you can play. It's Timberline Golf Club. Timberline is easy to get to just off I-65 at exit 228. Book tee times online at timberlinegc.com. Tee it up at Timberline. The Next Round is proud to partner with Vulcan Tire and Auto, and we're excited to announce their first-class team and facilities are growing. If you are an experienced general maintenance technician looking for a new opportunity with a great growing company, go by Vulcan Tire. They want to talk to you. Not experienced, but interested in working on cars? Again, go by Vulcan Tire. They have a spot for anyone that has a can-do attitude, wants to work, and enjoys helping people. 4 locations and more to come. Vulcan Tire and Automotive, Moody, Trussville, Hoover, and Gardendale, VulcanTireandAuto.com.
Football season is here, and it's time to do what we do best. Lance'sLock.com is your source for football winners, and for only $90 a month, you won't find a better value anywhere. If you're going to play, you might as well win while you're doing it. Jump in with me and get every lock from every league every single day. College football, the NFL, Major League Baseball, NBA. It's all under the same subscription. $90 a month breaks down to $3 a day. There's not a better deal out there. Subscribe today this year at Lance'sLock.com.
Football season is back, and so are tailgates. It's time to win that tailgate with Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Sterling and his winning team will open up the doors so you can dine in or an easy-to-go pickup when you order at champyschicken.com. At Champy's, you experience southern staples like chicken on a stick and those Mississippi Delta recipe tamales that are to die for. Hand-cut chicken tenders and a whole lot more right on your way home or to the big game. Highway 119 in Alabaster. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken. If renting is putting a dent in your bank account, here's your sign from the universe that it's time to buy a new home. And who better to help you through the ins and outs of home buying than our friends at Mortgage Right. With Mortgage Right, you don't have to worry about becoming a short-notice mortgage expert because they do all the heavy lifting for you. They're trusted mortgage professionals, and they'll help you choose the right mortgage option and stand by your side every step of the way. Visit mortgageright.com/TNR to buy before renting runs you dry. That's mortgageright.com/TNR. NMLS 2239, Equal Housing Lender. The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Anheuser-Busch wants every experience for you around beer to be a good one. And getting home safely is always a priority. So encourage friends to decide to ride, whether it's by being the designated driver, calling an Uber, or taking public transit. You cannot drive drunk if you don't drive there. This message is brought to you by Anheuser-Busch, Mothers Against Drunk Driving, Uber, Birmingham Budweiser, and the Next Round. Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis, Missouri.
The Double Down Media podcast family is live and full of content for all ages. The Mystery Fifth Hour gives the Next Round host a chance to talk about everything but sports. Pour a glass of Bama and bourbon, our weekly college football conversation while sipping some of the most interesting pours in the bourbon world. And our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call. LT takes off the gloves for an in-depth conversation with stars like Taylor Hicks, presented by Redmond Vodka. Find those podcasts and more by searching The Next Round on Apple, Spotify, and on our website, nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the show? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
Hey, I want to tell everybody about my friend, Dr. Beckenstein. Again, unfortunately, as we get older, things start to fall apart. They start to fall out with age. For most comes hair loss. When it happened to me last year, I asked around. Everyone said, call Dr. B. I set up that consultation with Dr. Beckenstein and his team. They perform genetic testing to determine the best course of treatment. It is cutting edge, and Dr. B, the only one in Alabama that offers it. He can target an individual's treatment based on their genetics. He can formulate compounds or prescriptions to their profile. This is a game changer. After I got my results, me and Dr. B had that virtual meeting, went over my options, chose the non-invasive laser treatment, which I can actually do from the couch. It will increase thickness and health of my hair. Dr. Beckenstein, for 20 years, women and men have turned to him for a range of cosmetic and reconstructive procedures. He will use that experience and his advanced training to help his patients fully understand the procedures they are considering. Call Dr. B today, 205-319-0316. That's 205-319-0316, and tell him the next round sent you.
Remember, you can always go back and run through the show on Rewind or watch it anytime at YouTube or any of our platforms there. We've already gave our Climbing the Mountain win totals for Tennessee, Texas, Ole Miss, Mississippi State, USC, LSU, Auburn, Penn State, and Oklahoma. We've got 6 more schools to do, so let's climb the mountain now with the Arkansas Razorbacks. A little cliffhanger from the old Price is Right days. Lance, climb that mountain. Where are you going with Arkansas? 7 wins, so it puts them at a ceiling of 8 and a basement of 6. I slide in at 7 as well. Brownie, 3 in a row? 3 in a row right there. Only the second time we've done that. We're all on the same page here. Arkansas could be a better football team this year than they were last year, but the schedule's always tough.
Schedule's tough, man. And outside of Missouri State, 3 of their 4 out-of-conference games are really tricky. Games that they should at least win 2, but Cincinnati, a team that was in the college football playoff to start the season, they've got to go to BYU, which is going to be really tough.
1-1 so far on that list for me.
And then you've got Liberty at home. Again, another tricky mid-major.
Yeah. Charlie Brewer gets the start for Liberty, was a good quarterback for Baylor.
Hugh Freeze still looking for that really big signature win at Liberty, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Listen, I think
Arkansas will be underdogs in 5 games.
I think they'll actually record-wise take a step back from last year. They were one of the good stories of the Southeastern Conference last year. Traylon Burks is a huge loss. That guy was a dynamic receiver.
Alabama could not cover him.
They couldn't. They couldn't stop him all day long, and now he's about to be, the Titans liked him so much, they traded off their best receiver and said, we think we've got a replacement in rookie Traylon Burks.
Yeah, so 7 is where we settle in Arkansas. That means anywhere from 6 to 8 wins is what we project for Arkansas this year as we continue this offseason workforce. South Carolina Rockstar is up next. So the Gamecocks should be all over the place. Everybody's high on the Gamecocks. Lance, how high up the mountain are you climbing? 6. That means they could miss a bowl game. Where's Jim going? 6. That means they can miss a bowl game. 3 in a row, Brown? 6. Oh, back to back.
I could see them getting to 7 wins. 8 just as a bridge too far for me. I could not go all the way up to 7.
Yeah, I think they're 3-1 and out of conference. That one loss, obviously, in Death Valley against Clemson. But you've got to go to Arkansas. You've got Georgia on that schedule. You got to go to Kentucky. You've got A&M on the schedule. To me, maybe better team this year with Spencer Rattler at quarterback. You finally have a quarterback, which they didn't have last year. It was amazing they were able to win 7 games. Schedule much more difficult this year, though.
Yeah, things sometimes just don't fall the way they fell for you last year. Amazing job by Beamer. And the future's bright. Recruiting great. But I think both Arkansas and South Carolina, the expectation's much higher than what they will end up getting in the win total. Let's do one more here with the Iowa Hawkeyes out of the Big Ten. Lance, for the Hawkeyes, how high up the mountain? Will you get to the snow? No. 7 for you. I think I go snow.
Oh, above the freezing line. Look at you.
Barely into the snow. Brownie? 7 with him. I think they could get to 9 wins. Iowa, I think, could play their way into the western part of the Big Ten championship
Well, it's a team that won 10 games last year, 14 returning starters, including quarterback Spencer Petras. But Petras just wasn't that good. And Iowa, much like, I'll use an example, Northwestern, not to the degrees of Northwestern, but it seems like they hop back and forth. Now, they have had 2 10-win seasons 2 of the last 3 years.
Big turning point game for them, the Cy-Hawk game, which has become, under the radar, a really good rivalry. Week 2, you'll be at a wedding, Dunaway. But is it a birthday party?
I will not be at either one, but it's supposed to be at a birthday party.
Yeah, it's that Week 2 game.
I'm going to celebrate earlier in the week with that person, I think.
3 o'clock Big Ten Network for the Cy-Hawk game. That's a season, potentially a season effect, not really deciding, but kind of the path of the season for both those teams, Iowa and Iowa State.
Yeah, in fact, I may get Maggie to board me that weekend. With the dogs.
So to speak.
Boarding, yes.
Right.
I probably should have gone 8 here.
You think so?
Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah. You think they could get to 9?
They
right?
could get to 9.
Yeah, so you're off by 1.
I don't see them. They always win that one game at home, which could be Michigan. I don't see them winning in Columbus. I don't see them winning in Minnesota. They've still got Wisconsin, Nebraska. Even at Rutgers and at Illinois are tricky games for them this year.
Absolutely.
Both teams improved.
Rockstar, let's keep rolling here. Let's cue up BYU next. These last 3, BYU, Oregon, and Texas A&M, they're going to be wild. How high are you going on BYU? You get snow, I guarantee you. There's 9. 9. How high do I go? 9. That means they could get 10, and you go 9 as well. So we all think BYU could have a 10-2 in them. One of the better teams in the country, just the schedule, they play so many good big games.
They really do. I mean, they've got Baylor, at Oregon, Notre Dame, Arkansas, at Liberty, at Boise.
Is it safe to say you may watch more BYU games this year
no doubt.
than any other year ever?
Again, Jaron Hall is a really good quarterback. He's not quite Zach Wilson, but he is one of the better quarterbacks in college football. They're a team that won 10 games last year. Kalani Sitake, underrated coach. They've got 19 returning starters. I think they're going to be really, really good.
College football is better when BYU is good.
Oh, God.
You hate to say that.
I threw up my mouth a little bit.
You hate for me to say that, but let me tell you why I said that. Because you get so many late games with BYU. If they're good, it is a really good nightcap. That is a fun late game. Just listen to the game. We already know these are late games. 7 o'clock kick East Carolina late in the year, but that 9:15 Baylor game, 9:15.
That's week 2.
Week 2, ESPN.
I'll be boarded up.
You'll be boarded. 7 o'clock for Utah State. I mean, we're about to see tomorrow, or Saturday, excuse me, if Utah State looks like a decent team this year. They just got they've got good late games.
Yeah, and I'll say this.
So it's better when they're good.
If they run the table, which I don't think they will, but if they run the table, they're in the college football playoff.
I
mean
agree
like
with
12-0?
Yeah, 12-0.
Easily.
Yeah.
Easily.
Yeah, with those wins.
The question becomes 11-1.
11-1,
It depends on, you tell me who the one is, and I got to know some of that. It's a Cincinnati situation.
Okay, tell me, 11-1, they lose to Notre Dame in Vegas.
Is Notre Dame good?
One possession game. Notre Dame ends up being a 2-loss team.
You see, at that point, then you got the argument, well, don't we just put Notre Dame in? They beat BYU head-to-head. I mean, that's where that becomes really tricky, Lance. But I can make a case for BYU.
Yeah, but at that point, Clemson and Ohio State, who beat Notre Dame, are already in.
Unless Notre Dame beats Clemson or something like that. Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it starts to – you start to get wound up there. Yeah. I'm almost – Lance, it's almost – I don't know. I was about to say it's almost better for them if they lose a game like at Boise, if Boise's really good but not playoff good.
Or Arkansas.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know which game they could drop and still get in. Maybe Oregon. I don't know.
Okay, let's keep climbing the mountain. Oregon.
Speaking of.
With Bo Nix in tow. Lance, how high? He goes in at 8. I may go one higher. Yes, I get into the snow deep at 9. And so does Brownie. Oh, we are Bo-leavers there with the Oregon.
Bo-leavers?
Yes, go ahead and put that on a T-shirt.
That's a Bo prediction.
I think they could start 1-3.
I'm a Bo commander.
Got it. Nailed it. Home run.
Bo commander.
That was Bo-some.
Bojangles does that, though. If you go through their drive-thru, they try to put Bo on everything.
Yeah.
Can I use your Bo urinal?
You didn't give me my Bo change.
1-3, Lance? You think they lose to Georgia, to BYU, and at Washington State?
I could see it.
They only went to Eastern Washington, which it's not a layup, by the way, traditionally. Eastern Washington's a good squad.
It sounds like you barely should have gotten them out of the trees then.
No, I think they're more 7 wins. The back half of the schedule a lot easier than the front half.
It does include Utah, though, and you like Oregon State.
And Oregon State. That's why I think they're going to end up going 7-5.
7-5 for LT, and that's the bottom part of his scale. I think 8's
a bad
the bottom.
first year for Dan Lanning.
No, that'd be tough. That's going to be tough to swallow.
Yeah, especially when you don't have a conference firmly committed to you yet. All right, one more. I saved it last and Lance gets the pick first. It's Texas A&M. How high up the mountain does he get out of the trees? Yes, 8 for Texas A&M. I go 9, and Brown slides all the way up to 9 as well. So I think Texas A&M could be 10-2.
Yeah,
or they could be 8-4.
That's why I took 9.
There, yeah.
That's why I took 9. You got to include the possibility of them getting 10 wins, Dunaway. I think they're going to lose to Alabama. But when you look at the rest of their schedule,
and
after Alabama.
And it is Gus Bo Fisher, so you have to include the possibility of 4 losses.
Yes, when you get past Alabama, Lance, there's a lot of games where there's no like, oh, they can't win that game, but boy, they sure could lose that game too. I mean, there are a lot of toss-up games on that schedule.
Yeah, I think we all agree Alabama's not losing that game.
I don't think they are, no.
Then there's 7 games that are what I would call swing games, almost toss-ups, and I'm going to give them a 4-3 in that situation, which puts them at 8-4.
Yeah. Do you you obviously include Miami in that 7 games? Yeah. You obviously include Arkansas there.
Yeah,
they beat them last year.
I think they lose one of those 2 games.
You like State. State beat them last year.
Yeah, I mean, realistically.
Do you put South Carolina in there?
I could. Yeah, I think that's a tough game on the road. I think they could open 3-2 before they go to Bama, and that kills everything about that game.
Dennis Dodd writes today at CBSSports.com. It's in your top reads, nextroundlive.com, that Jimbo Fisher continues to have to manage expectations in College Station.
Well, why should he be having to manage expectations at this point? I don't get that, but he should be living up to expectations at this point, in my opinion. That's a tough schedule, though. I'll even say I'll give them credit for playing a team like Appalachian State out of conference. You don't have to play Appalachian State. That's a team that historically can be good enough to beat you, and you just get nothing out of beating them. I mean, that's a tough out-of-conference game right before Miami.
That's right. That's right. All right. So that's the 15 schools we chose to do in our mountain climb this year off the old cliffhanger game from The Price is Right, back with the skinny microphone. And Bob Barker, right? That was the guy's name?
That was him.
Yep. So we do that every offseason. Now with animation, we appreciate Taylor Corn working so hard to put the mountain climbing animation in there for us. And when we come back, one or 2 more punchlines on trying to rename the live bird mascot at South Carolina.
I think I might be out.
Anybody got any more? After Cock Hudson. Cock Hudson was really good.
Yeah. Oh, Rockstar's got them.
Rockstar's got 3 on the other side. When we come back, part of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Gutter Cap. Gutter Cap wants to get you ready for the fall season at your house. If you've never had your gutters capped by our friends C-Stu and Gutter Cap, now is the time. You get a great deal, and it will save you from ever having to get on that ladder again.
Yeah, Gutter Cap is a patented aluminum cover system. It fits over most existing gutters, keeping out debris. Eliminate that gutter cleaning forever. It's back with a lifetime warranty. If you've been procrastinating, thinking about doing it, you don't want to get the ladder out this fall. It's a dirty, dangerous job. Stay off dangerous ladders forever. Right now, 45% off the retail price. For the next round viewer and listener, call my good friend Chris Stewart, 205-823-2212, or online, guttercapbirmingham.com.
Follow Sean Lunsford on Twitter @JLuntz.
This is for the men who never settle, the ones who miss the fairway all day and still pull out the big stick, the type of guys who will always prefer to be behind the grill than in front of the camera, and the men who never let their friends forget about a high school nickname. This is the Lodge mentality. This is Twin Peaks.
Who wants to settle for a single TV? With more TVs, bigger screens, plus our fabulous scenic views, there's more to watch at Twin Peaks.
There's still time before the weather changes to do something new in 2022. Ocean City, Maryland, and our friends at Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City is ready to welcome you. Kayak from Bayside Beach, swim in the Atlantic, dine at Bayview Bar and Grill, local golf packages, great restaurants, and a lot more. See everything online at residencenoc.com. Check them out on Instagram and Facebook. It's time to do something different. Residence Inn by Marriott, Ocean City, Maryland.
By now, you know I love the game of golf and getting on the golf course as much as I can. Ryan Brown here from the Next Round. Simply put, Ballantrae Golf Club in Pelham is one of the best public golf courses I have ever played. It's always in fantastic condition. The people out there are so friendly. They just treat you like family. They're happy you're there. And the pace of play, they keep it moving. Those are all things that are important to me. See them for yourself. 620-GOLF, 620-4653 to make a tee time in Ballantrae. Also improve your game with a professional staff of Hal Brown, Jerry Applegate, Jay Chambers, all great teachers for Ballantrae Golf Club, just off I-65 in Pelham.
A legendary coach once said, "It's not the will to win that matters, it's the will to prepare to win." Bryant bankers have the dedication and experience to put together a financial game plan that's right for you. Stop by one of the 7 Central Alabama locations today or give them a call at 1-855-4-BRYANT to begin preparing for your financial future today. You'll find out what unbeatable service and legendary results are all about. Bryant Bank, Equal Housing Lender, member FDIC.
At Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, you can now drive the 2022 Alfa Romeo Giulia TI, the Italian sports sedan of your dreams, starting at $499 per month plus tax with $4,999 down, plus first payment and title due at delivery. Come experience the passion and performance of Alfa Romeo of Birmingham, 1837 Grants Mill Road, or Alfa Romeo USA of Birmingham.com. Like financial lease, 10,000 miles per year, WAC, MSRP, $51,490. Stock numbers Q0059, Q0068, or Q0074.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com. The latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com. That's nextroundlive.com.
Start your day online with our website, nextroundlive.com, for the latest videos, podcasts, and college football stories. It's also a great way to stream the show or shop in the Next Round store. Stay connected by visiting nextroundlive.com.
Want more of the Next Round? Download the app or visit nextroundlive.com for the latest podcast, The Mystery Fifth Hour, our Not For All Ages podcast, The Last Call, and the entire Double Down Media podcast family. All at nextroundlive.com and on the Next Round app.
There's nothing I like more than a unique, delicious meal, and that's what you get at Champy's world-famous fried chicken right on Highway 119 in Alabaster. Those great full fried chicken plates, the tenders, the po' boys, but I love the Southern staple chicken on a stick. It's perfect for a tailgate or watching the big game. And then the authentic Mississippi Delta recipe, homemade tamales, the best I've ever tasted. See the whole menu or order online at champyschicken.com. For Blues, Brews, and Bird, it's Champy's Chicken, Highway 119, Alabaster.
Summer weather is finally here. Make sure your air conditioner is ready for the Alabama heat. Adam, Chad, and the team at Hemphill are the ones to call for all of your HVAC needs. Hemphill Services is a locally owned and operated independent train dealer, and the team can service all makes and models. Get the guys at Hemphill Services to make sure your HVAC unit is ready to help you beat the Alabama heat this summer. For all of your plumbing, heating, and cooling needs, do what I do. Call Hemphill Services. It's hard to stop a train. 205-229-2090.
All right, final segment of the show today being brought to you by our friends at Hemphill Services. They bring you the lock every day. How did we do last night on the lock?
We were 2-0. I like Chris's suggestion, by the way. We'll get back to it, though.
That's a good one.
It's a great one. When something's not running right, flowing right, draining right, or flushing right, disaster can strike at any moment. Again, it happened to two of our employees this week. First call they made was to our friends, Adam, Chad, Andrew, the team at Hemphill, the only ones I trust to fix it right the first time, always at a fair price. For all of your plumbing, cooling, and heating needs, trust the name. Birmingham has trusted since 1954. Hemphill Services. Call now, 205-229-2090.
Okay, let me put the story back into context here. South Carolina has a live mascot, a gamecock, that has long been named Sir Big Spur. I didn't know that. I'm a big fan of the SEC. I didn't know it had a name. Sir Big Spur. And apparently the person that has provided Sir Big Spur over the years, the live mascot and the school are no longer in business together. The contract has run out. They're going to take this in-house. They're going to have their own live bird coming to the game. They're renaming it, and they cannot call it Big Spur, Sir Big Spur, or whatever for legal reasoning. So the school has started, or at least the state has. They're doing a Name the Bird contest.
The state is the newspaper, not the
state
actual
is the newspaper.
State. Yeah.
And trending on social media, because the one getting the most votes at the state newspaper is Cock Commander, which is getting all the votes right now as the number one vote getter to be the new live mascot.
Now, we thought Rockstar had that trademarked, but apparently no, according to the story. Yeah,
sold it.
Yeah. So earlier, LT threw out some that were really hilarious, like Cock Hudson was really good.
Cock Hudson, Captain Cock.
Yeah.
Captain. I was only a lieutenant.
Yeah.
He's always saluting.
It seems like there was one more, and I'll let you read it. Chris over there says,
"That's great. Take a shot at Clemson with rooster name Howard Scott."
You got to rub it before the game.
Everybody got
and that one guy did a swan dive on it.
That would be awesome.
Yeah. Lunsford from the back row. Microphone's coming soon. Dwayne the Cock Johnson.
I'd watch his movies.
I bet there are some of his movies already out.
Yeah, I bet there are.
Yeah. Mine, I
Rockstar's got 3 for us here.
One with Donald Cluck, which is not that good, but then you got Cocklet Chip. And then, you need a wise guy. You need somebody that's been experienced and put time
Seen
in.
some things, yeah.
Seen time and just wise and elder. So what about Grandfather Cock? And then for the field, you got to have, where everybody comes to play on the field, you got to play in the old cock ring.
Well, that's what I was going to say, Rockstar.
Yes.
I wasn't going to say it, though.
I just didn't know how to say it.
Yeah, I wasn't going to say it. I was like, everybody's playing for a championship.
That's
so
right.
It's got to be.
You got to get one of those.
AU Clay says the Cocksmith.
Count Cockula.
Trip says Count Cockula.
Great.
I'm telling you, Howard's cock is the best.
I like Howard's cock. Yep.
Somebody ought to submit that because I think that would get rolling.
I mean, that would be pretty good on Count Cockula on the scoreboard there. After you score a touchdown, it'd be like, 1, 2, 3.
Brown last night made the mistake. One of the trivia questions was Bram Stoker,
That's
the
right.
author of Dracula.
That's correct. Yes.
And Brown called him Bram Stroker.
Stroker.
And then Rockstar went off.
His perverted brother.
What was Dracula saying?
Yeah, Patrick's got a good point. They could dress him in a jersey, a little miniature bird jersey, 74-75, and at that point he becomes a cock blocker.
That's right. That is true. Yep.
An interior lineman there. Yep. A little football terminology.
Mm-hmm.
No, Paul, we're not going to go there.
No, it's been mentioned before.
Playing off of Lance's lock.
The back of a truck.
Different service, Paul. Different service.
It's hot right now.
Would you offer it, though? That's a premium tier.
He'll give it to you later tonight.
Impressive 2-0 last night. Right there at Lance's lock. .com.
Yeah.
All right, that's the show today. Thanks for being with us. Remember, if you're still with us, hit those thumbs up buttons if you have not done that. Lunsford says that service gets you an extra $10 a month just with that name, probably.
Yeah.
Cocky Balboa?
We could have some free trials, too.
Oh, yeah. AU Clay, Cocky Balboa. I like that. AU Clay asked the difference between headphones, no headphones. I've got them on. All I can do is hear them. It doesn't really make me smarter or anything.
Yeah, they think you're not wearing them. Yours are just hidden. Lance and I'll just be honest with you. These are the Apple headphones.
Yeah.
And I have just gotten so accustomed to the sound that these bring, I cannot change headphones. I've tried other ones, but I've got several of these in reserve when these give out.
Yep.
I think I'll use them forever.
Yeah, I like them.
It's just the sound I like.
We use it because sometimes we do have some callers and we hear Rocky.
Yeah.
Yeah. But there's nobody ever feeding me information in these things, like in TV. Nobody's ever saying, all right, you've got 45 seconds left in the show or anything. It's there so we can hear each other, hear callers, hear sound bites, that kind of thing. So really not a lot of benefit to them at all, except for Rockstar on the other side of the glass. We like to hear him. All right, that's it. That's the show today. We're back tomorrow live. It is Guarantee Friday tomorrow. So that means you give us 3 guarantees tomorrow that you guarantee will happen this football season. We do it every Friday before the games start. It's also the last Rockstar Lounge officially before he turns that into the Dr. Lou segments the next Friday. So it's a big show tomorrow. LT may or may not be here tomorrow. We'll find out tomorrow. It's Chuck's birthday today. We talked about it earlier on.
I want to pour one out for Chuck tonight.
Yeah. So we'll see if Lance is at a service tomorrow honoring his dad, or if he comes in here to do Guarantee Friday. If not, regardless, he'll send us his 3 guarantees. We hope you get yours together. If you want to do them in advance, you can go to the 3 guarantee spot on the website at nextroundlive.com. Until next time, God bless you and God bless America.